Happy Friday. Is it Friday? What day is it? It's Friday. Yay. We figured out the day so far. What a fucking wild zoo out here is all I can say. But I've had this stream ready to go with all the streams pulled up and I need to clear my tabs. So I just want to get this out of the way because I have like 4 more things that I want to walk through. But you know how it gets with me and my tabs open. I start shutting my computer down. So I got to clear this out, but I want to talk about it before I clear it out. Hey, Cash, Cash, your welcomes are always the best. Like, dislike, unsubscribe. We don't really care. Hey, everybody. Hey, Ashley Lynn, welcome in. Hey, Ohana. Hey, Janice. Sarah Q, Perry, Alma, Teresa, Note to Self. Bye, Cash. Hey, Cotton Candy. Hey, Mercy. Catherine, Lisa, Sue, I'm a Puffin, Dame Madonna. Oh shit, you guys are coming in fast. How are you coming in this fast? I was sitting there and don't even ask me what I've been up to. I'm in a rabbit hole and I need out. So I need to clear my tabs out. So we got to get this live stream done so I can clear these tabs because I have a whole other set of tabs that I need to pull up so I don't crash my computer. I just need to pull up my other computer and do double computers. That's what I just need to do. I just need to do it. Hey, Madonna, Forever Army, Liberty Farmer, J-Dub, Java Jones, Miss, in my opinion, Fletcher. Baby, it's so good to see you. Hey, Half Pint, Butter. It is wild. Helmets are needed. Hey, Dreams. Hey to Jennifer, Hawkeyes, Sherry, Butterfly's Journey, Shelly. I haven't even played my intro. What the fuck am I doing? Crazy Grandma Cooter, Toe Beans, Half Pint. What a day. What a day it's been. Hey, Petty. Hey, Jaguars. Dreams. Subspective Vibrator. Heatherlicious. Oh, shit. Remind me in a minute. I've got some memberships to gift. Hindsight. Oh, thank you, Clue, for sending your people over. I was in there for a little while earlier and I was laughing. People are fucking mad. People are mad. Shady ex-mother-in-law. I hope you grace us with your presence again because I got some questions for you. Screenshot this. Oh, you guys, okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. Hey, to Michelle. You got notifications. Hey, Cindy Lynn, Hawkeyes, PJ Second Chance, Zero, Lynn Love and Light, Just Robin, Heatherlicious, that Ellen. Hey, Mal. Mal, my head is about to roll off my shoulders right now. I needed to do something else for a minute. Hey, Snazzy Trinkets. Thank you, Hawkeyes. Your membership expired. Well, let me give me a second. Let me play this intro and then I will gift the 10 that I have to gift. You know, I'm going to do so much for my subs right now by gifting the 10 free memberships that YouTube gives us. You know, because I'm giving back to you guys. Who does that sound like? Anybody? If you don't know, you probably are like, what the fuck is wrong with Becky? Don't ask. It's Friday. It's the salt air. I'm in a spicy mood. You guys are all having a great Friday so far. There's the 10 gifted memberships, you know, because gifting memberships to our own channels is so important. If you don't know, that's BJ. That's a BJ kickback right there. Hey, everybody rolling in. I'm sure I missed some of you guys. Hey, Haley. I am a little bit half-brained today. Oh, by the way, since everybody else is offering rewards, my reward that I am offering is for somebody to send me $1,000 in brain cells. That's what my offer is. That's the only reward I've got. Send me $1,000 with brain cells attached. Okay, thank you. Because this place has depleted all of these brain cells. So we might be doing the mumble. I might fit in with the green team today because I might be mumbly, just like them. At this point, who gives a fuck, right? We might as well. Can't beat them, join them, right? Drooling, mumbling. Sound good? Sue, I think I got you. Hey, Jason. Hey, Hey, Be Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just pulling up. Be Nice, actually. Right here on your screen. Well, ooh, jump scare. Yeah. But he put it on members only. His live that he just did, he put it on his member, or I don't even think that's on his, he might have just privated it. But yeah, he was over there announcing that, which one do I want to go to? That Crabtree. He actually showed mugshots of Crabtree. And then he got really pissed. Actually, hold on. I think I recorded this. I think I recorded it. Give me a second. I think I've got a clip of him melting for a minute. Oh, I do. Hold on. You'll get audio.
Arrested. It wasn't some
Dave, Mac, are you telling me with a straight face that I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all?
Okay, that's not Spanky talking. That's Nancy Grace, but he was playing her. Here you go.
Oh, God, if someone's bitching, get out. Stop with the ridiculousness. We thought he got arrested. People was saying he got arrested. It wasn't some breaking news bullshit. It's not that big of a deal. Quit being petty. Grow up. Okay, moving on.
He was a little pissy this morning.
If he got arrested, he got arrested. If he didn't get arrested, he didn't get arrested.
Oh, so I guess that means we can create mugshots of Spanky and say, fuck it. If he got arrested, he got arrested. If he didn't, he didn't. What's the fucking matter? We're just over here saying we're true crime. But we don't know if somebody actually got arrested, but we're going to tell our entire audience that they got arrested.
Kumbaya.
Since when do fucking facts matter? I'm the melatonin of YouTube.
We fixed it.
Otherwise known as Ambient Annie.
I think her divorce and her ex taking the kids, it would be easy for them. Yes, I agree. Just chill. God, everyone's like fake outrage for everything. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. You're 5 minutes late. You're 3 days late. With acid reflex. Grow up. Grow up.
Who gives a fuck about acid reflex? This is Spanky, a.k.a. Clutch Those Pearls, a.k.a. Justin, a.k.a. Justice for No One, a.k.a. I like to manufacture photos and go on Nancy Grace, and then Nancy Grace pulls the segment, a.k.a. I like to dox sexual assault survivors down to their social security number. I like to try and find a pause spot on an unblurred image of a deceased minor. I like to announce that Marine veterans have passed away when they factually have not passed away. That's Spanky.
It's the start of the weekend. People chill out. Is it a full moon today? I don't know, Lori. I don't know.
No, full moon's not for another 10 days.
I don't know. Come here, Pearl. Tell him to kiss your butt.
And then he brings out the monkey. Okay, that's what I got for that. But yeah, they announced that Crabtree got arrested, showed a mugshot and all. He was super damn proud of himself this morning running around. Brandy Wine, thank you for becoming a member. Are you the one I'm accused of being by Walter P? Are you the one from X? I'm somehow accused of being you, if you're the one from X. Music City Mom, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. PJ Second Chance, thank you. 5 cents for a brain cell. Thank you again. And Vibrator, you found a third of a brain cell. Thank you, Vibrator. Welcome to the cabana. All right, you guys ready to go? So what we're doing today, I can't take any more of the BJ stuff for a moment, so bear with me. The stupidity is beyond it's it is so ridiculous. I can't take it at this point, so I've got to do something different. Please understand if you didn't catch me this morning, if you haven't heard somebody talk about it, there are clones running around all over. Check the account, check the comments. If it doesn't make sense, chances are it's for a reason, because they are going at it this morning and all day. They really need a distraction, and it's quite interesting. Alma, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Duchess, enjoy the beach. Sophia, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the cabana. Okay, so where we're going is, you guys might have seen all this, but I've got a lineup ready for how the green team reacted to America's Most Wanted. So this happened, I think I wasn't even home yet. I don't think I was home yet. It is on Fox on Hulu if you want to see it. I watched it myself the other day. But we're going to watch how the team responded to the America's Missing Persons, America's Most Wanted Missing Persons segment, because they're not happy about it. Oh, thank you, Wee. Wee's amazing. Wee's like an encyclopedia of the shit live streams. If I don't got him, Wee usually does. Or Pen. Pen is a good one at catching them too. So this is Smiley, otherwise known as, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm out of practice. Otherwise known as roller coaster brow, otherwise known as missing eyebrow. If you have seen her eyebrow, please call 1-800-microblading. She would really like it back. But you also might just be going on a ride. So let's go. You'll see where we're headed.
Set up. They did not all 3 go together. Because I think he was with, possibly, I think he might have been with that girl they were looking for. I'm not sure, but he was asleep on, I guess, a bench at McDonald's over in Hermitage.
Smiley, first and foremost, it's Friday. It's a petty stream, so don't expect much more out of me today. The petty is out in full effect. Blame it on the salt air, blame it on the vacation, blame it on anything. Just don't blame it on me. But the petty is going to be in full effect. Smiley, first and foremost, stop taking makeup lessons from Spanky. You're looking a little washed out. Your foundation color is really, really pale for your skin. You are looking like you are not really with us anymore, like you're visiting us from the dead. Please find a different foundation color and draw the other brow on a little bit thicker. It's still kind of missing. So just helping you out, but please stop taking makeup lessons from Spanky. You found 2/3 of the brain cells in a couple bottles. Oh God. Thank you. We might have a half of one by the time we're done. Yeah, very pale. And yes, this is just going to be petty. I don't like these people. I'm not even going to front to, but what they're doing is chaotic. It is chaotic. It's very chaotic. And it's very weird.
I don't know how nobody didn't see him for a couple of days, but he didn't have his wallet or his cell phone on him. Of course, we knew he didn't have his cell phone. He was a little disoriented. I haven't heard an update this morning. I'm sure Justin will probably have all that tonight. I looked for it this morning in the news. I couldn't find anything, but he was found. Thank God. Praise the Lord for that. I was so worried about that. And Doug Ann in Scotland, thank you for being here from Scotland. Thank you. And thank you for your membership. Welcome to Smiley Squad. Welcome. You're very welcome here. And Manas, thank you. I'm glad you did get a live. Sometimes I go live. I go live all different hours.
But you know what she's thinking all during those random hours? If you don't know, here you go.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
Smiley still might be my favorite meltdowns. Her meltdowns are pretty much my favorite. I don't know why, but they are. So this is Smiley, aka we might call her Smelly over here, or Missing Brow, or some other choice words. This is Smiley Stories World. She is an honorary Green Team member because she hosted a roundtable meeting when they were all in Hendersonville. So she is peacocking all over these streets, being that honorary Green Team member. She is one of the underneath. Justin is her handler. In the MLM of things, you got Tony and Seth up here. You got Spanky underneath on one side. Smiley is a leg off of the MLM side on the Spanky side. Let's go.
I don't really have a set schedule. I just go when the flow hits me, whenever it hits me. I should probably start being a little more whatever, but that's just me. That's how I roll.
Or slimy, smelly. I'm fond of the insults.
Mally Cat, hello, good morning. Good morning. If I missed anybody, I'm so sorry. Good morning, Maurice. Good morning from Australia. Hello, baby from Australia. Love my fur babies. Love my fur babies. I love anybody who loves fur babies. So love you, welcome, welcome, hello, hello, hello.
Well, that would mean you love Duchess. We know you really do love Duchess, but you scream at Duchess all the time. You melt down about Duchess all the time. But Duchess loves fur babies, so you love her? Oh, Duchess, are you feeling the love?
Welcome, everyone. It's so good to see everybody. Y'all don't forget, tonight is the night that America's Most Wanted comes on, called Missing Persons. And it comes on at 7 Central Time. And you're not late, Lady Q. Good to see you. Love you. Good to see you. You're fine. You're fine listening. I'm so proud you're here. It comes on Fox at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, I believe.
Okay, so they all had time slots. This is what's really interesting about how this whole breakdown thing goes. So she went on before the segment aired. Spanky streamed the segment. They all have their roles in their team. They say that they don't get packets or talking points. Meanwhile, this is the very one, Smiley, that showed her talking points that were sent over to her from One World Media. She showed that on her screen. That is how we knew that they were getting sent out media releases and talking points in these so-called packets. She showed it on her screen. And she also showed and told everybody that she was getting texts incoming from Nick while she was doing one of her stories. Now, don't forget, she is also the one that takes notes. She writes scripts for everything she talks about. They're quite interesting, usually.
And I am so glad that it will be on. Finally, we get to see it. Hey, Laura. And I sure hope something happens and a lot comes out of it. I hope there's tips that comes in, flooding. It's always good. There's always good results out of that, I think. Nanny of 8, hello, 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 welcome. I always feel, I don't know, I'm sure somebody will. I will try if I can find it, but I'm sure it will be live all over the place, honestly. Michelle, hello, hello, welcome.
We need to make a diagram. We actually need to make the MLM board. I should go upstairs. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow and we'll pull the whiteboard out and actually put them on the whiteboard. I can flip it around. It's got 2 sides. One side's still got all the team members, but we could put them in like the MLM triangle, because that's what basically they are. They're like a cult MLM.
Crime Mobsters, hello. It'll be on Fox at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and 7 Central Time. I do, Betsy. I pray that, thank you, Nanny of 8. I pray that it helps find Sebastian. So I don't know how they'll have it set up. They did not all 3 go together, but they will all 3 parents be on there. And again, I'm looking very forward to it. And see.
Question in the chat: do you think she's going to remain positive about the upcoming segment? Do you think she's going to remain this, oh, I think it's going to be good? Do you think we're headed that way, or do you think we're headed into, let's set the stage that this isn't going to go the way, and let's pick out things that are odd before it even airs? Which way do you think it's going to go? You can put a 1 or a 2. If you think she's going to be positive, put a 1. If you think she's going into picking it apart before it even airs, put a 2.
Seeing it. I'm sure after this, a lot of people hopefully will send in a lot of tips and go forward. Yeah, I think Justin will probably show it. So we're going to see. I'll ask him later today. I'm sure he will.
You're right.
No, I know I'll show it after the fact, but I'm sure I don't want to step on nobody's toes. I'm sure one of the bigger creators will show it. We'll see. We'll see.
She don't want to step on anybody's toes. One of the bigger creators. See, they have marching orders. They get their makeup tips from their handlers and their marching orders.
I don't have to be first or right then, so we'll see.
Sorry, that's fucking weird. We all kind of, you know, there's definitely, we all kind of work in tandem. We all do our same thing. We bounce shit off. Like, you'll catch us watching other people's live streams and you're like, oh shit, well, let me add to that. Like, that's how it works. But these guys have a very coordinated, like, this person is in charge of doing this, and this person, hey Carrie, it's good to see you. It's so weird to me.
I'm pretty sure Clutch and Pearls will show it, because it is going to be a big thing. It is going to be a big thing. So, and I heard Derek, Jesus, I can't think of his name. Derek is from YouTube.
Hey,
I didn't pull up the video. I was going to intend to show the video, and I like him. He's going to be on there hosting it as well.
So Mercedes girl, enjoy your time with mom.
So that's a good thing. I think he's fair, and I think it's going to be on there. So, you know, I don't know. Seth might show it. I don't know. I have not heard.
Little horses. I think that is because his own words, Justin's own words, when he was on panel with BJ, I've replayed the clip. He stated that he gave Seth large amounts of money. Again, this is something that is very typical of him. He pays for a source. He secures a source by dumping large amounts of money. So he has access to the source. I think that is why he is probably allowed to go first with a lot of this stuff.
I have not heard. Well, I don't know if he will or not, because I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I have not heard anything. Seth usually just goes on about once a month to talk about Sebastian. So he may do it after the fact. He may also do it after the fact. Yeah, Crime Weekly. That's what I'm talking about. He's on Crime Weekly. I love him. I love his input. In fact, y'all drop his link, Crime Weekly. You're afraid it's going to be watered down? I hope not. I hope not. The only thing I'm a little discouraged about is why did, which that's not our business. I know Seth freely let them come in his house, film Sebastian's room.
Yes, Quinny. He was on BJ's panel one night and he admitted that he gave Seth large amounts of money in the beginning of this. Yes. Yep. I can go find, it might take me a little while to find the live stream, but I've covered it before, and where he said it might actually be in the Jackass Roulette one. But I can go find the clip, and it's in one of my streams. I've already covered it, where he admitted to giving large amounts of money.
Room, film everything just the way it was. I heard Seth say the only thing that, he did a show on Sebastian. I think I did a live on that. I think I did that. But Seth said the only thing that he's done different to Sebastian's room is he's vacuumed the carpet.
I don't know who you're talking about, Vibrator.
People's allowed to do what they want or not do. I'm a little concerned, and I think it's a little red flag, just me and my opinion, as to why Chris and Katie chose not to allow the biggest thing in history to find missing children or missing anybody.
Oh, and we are starting. You guys were all correct. Here we go. Chris and Katie.
To not come in their house and film where Sebastian went missing and show his room and his things. No, they just chose. They still live at the same place. They just chose Busy Mama to not film at their house. Why? I don't know. That is a red flag. Why did they choose that?
Of course, they got to call it a red flag. Why do they need to film in their house? All of you idiots have showed their home, the inside out, the layout. Shit, we've had, what are they call her? Remote viewers do tours of their home. If you don't know what that's all about, fuck oh dear. We got more psychics added. We're over 100 at this point in time. But these people have shown the entire floor plan of their home, the inside, the outside, flown drones over it. There's no need. No need. But of course, they're going to call it a red flag. And do you think that's a consistent theme throughout the entire section upcoming? Sure is.
I don't know. And see, and that is hearsay going around. And it's possible maybe they didn't want anybody on the outside that has not been in to notice that in Sebastian's room. But that's just hearsay.
Oh.
Or notice something.
Vibrator, you're talking about Mama D, I think is what they call her. She is the one, she's a psychic, and she has 2 different channels. I know exactly, I can't think of her name right now. 1111 True Crime. There you go. That's her name. 1111 True Crime. That's who you were thinking of. She's still around. She just doesn't cover this anymore. we ran her out, thankfully.
Something out of the ordinary. Even LE, because LE did come in and physically see that, so maybe they didn't want them on their backs about that. But no, it doesn't look good on them. You got Tabitha Tudors. Their family has kept her room exactly the same as it was many, many years ago. And that's hearsay too, but it's very, it's not a good look.
It's not a good look. You know what's not a good look? Your foundation. Shut the fuck up. Stay in your lane.
It's just not a good look. Now, if there was something going,
how does showing his room do anything different? He's not in his room. How does showing his room do anything? Can anybody help me with that? The focus is on Sebastian's face, what he might look like, what he might sound like, his behaviors, his mannerisms, not about the room that he went missing from. Law enforcement has already done a thorough investigation. There's been so many canine units through there. Doing a segment like this, the focus is Sebastian. But here we are, picking it apart.
Went home and they had some kind of housework that they couldn't help, like plumbing or this, that, and the other. Cameras and stuff can always go around that. That could be edited out. So it's a red.
They've been doing that for quite some time, Quinny. They actually have had people running with the theory that she got rid of a bunch of his stuff like 2 months later.
Flag, they don't care about that. They don't care about things like that. So why they didn't let them in their house, it's just beyond me. That's a red flag to me. Hey, right, Roxy, if you have nothing to hide, you hide nothing.
These people, again, she is an honorary Green Team member. After she had the roundtable meeting, she tried so hard to get attention. It didn't really work until they lost some other team members. And then she was given an honorary position on the Green Team because she came out doing crazy shit, running her mouth. Brit Focus, thank you for being a member for 5 months. It doesn't get any better as we go. This is probably the easiest one we're going to open with.
And again, if that's true, that America's Most Wanted would have no idea, even if they went in. Oh, somebody's going in. Hold on. Come on. America.
Yo, Nick, I found your head skunk. She's got the skunk stripes and all.
Because Most Wanted would have no idea. So it would be easy to hide if you're living together or not. That wouldn't have anything to do with production. So again, it's just a huge red.
Not trying to imply that Chris and Katie aren't living together, are we? That couldn't be what you're attempting to do, is it there, Smiley? Smiley is also the one that doxed an innocent man from California, stating that it was Chris Proudfoot's son, when the guy Chris would have been 7 years old in order to have that child. But they did that too. That was her.
Red flag to me. But again, it's their home. Your home is your castle. It's your prerogative who comes in and out. And that's up to you. But it is just odd. And I agree with this too. He had very little possessions. That's, how can you have a lot when, and I'm just saying, Sebastian, y'all could have been talking about something else. How could you have a lot when a lot's getting thrown away by the stepdad, or making you throw a lot of things away every time you got in trouble, right? But you are a good kid. You're not in trouble. They're always bringing up you're not in trouble, but you're a good kid. So how could you have a lot of things? Or when they're taking all of your underwear or clothes to the dad's house because they're pissed off and they don't want to take the time to do that. Now, these are their words, not mine. Okay, these are their words, not mine.
Where are these words? Where can we find these words that they've said these things? That they took his stuff away from him, that they took all of his stuff to his dad's house. Where are these words at? I need a timestamp and a video, please. Something that you guys seem to always fail to be able to provide.
Yeah, staged.
Oh, and you guys remember the other night I went over Lolly, and a lot of you weren't familiar with Lolly. Lolly is a really good buddy of Smiley.
Yeah, he's a co-host. He's a co-host on there. And I think that is great. I think that's great. Yeah, I think that's propped what they showed on Zillow for their court case in another place.
So now they were able to stage photos for the Zillow app for a court case. Do you guys understand how ridiculous this sounds? They were able to get basically props for a Zillow ad to help with the court case. You can't make this shit up.
That's in my opinion for the other child. Oh yeah.
Hey, Miss W.
That's just my opinion.
W.
I can't imagine
Pointer lover, good to see you.
whether I'm the mom or people giving stuff,
Hey, Darby.
you know, as gifts, or whether it come from the dad or whatever. And even over the years having stuff, and even me physically making anybody throw away things. I know they're just things, but things have memories. Things cost money. You know, I just can't.
We just can't with you either. Sama, sending you right back a hug. Frenchie Mom, thank you for clicking the thumbs up. You guys, oof.
That's horrible. Lady Q said, Smiley, is it?
I'm trying to keep my shit together. I showed my ass enough yesterday. I actually did pretty good compared to what I wanted to say, in my opinion. But I'm trying to keep it together. But goddamn, this Sharpay looking bitch really gets under my skin. And I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going for looks. Yes, I am. Gloves are off. I'm sick and tired of being called a man. I'm sick and tired of them going after my other half. I'm sick and tired of all the fucking excuses. The nicest thing I can say about these people is the skunk stripes and looking like a goddamn Sharpay. Okay, that's about all I've got left in me. Just don't expect much more from me. Go cry to your mama.
Is it true that KP gave LE her tennis shoes for scent dogs and not Sebastian's? Looks like they were wearing identical shoes coming out of the Roadhouse. I don't know for a fact. That has been a rumor going around. Some people think that, but I don't know. Eric Craddock, come on. I don't know if you saw it or heard it. I showed it, and so did Rich and Ruby. And I got it from Rich and Ruby.
Do you guys remember who Rich and Ruby is? Does everybody remember who Rich and Ruby is? The guy, you remember when we used to call him Wilson from Home Improvement because he was only showing half of his face, walking around mumbling? You guys don't, some of you don't remember him. Some of you will. Okay, let me pull him up. Let me pull him up.
That was the first time I heard about it. Hey, Shorty, that was the first time I heard about it from Craddock. And I have been a little hard on him. I think everybody has. That's just my opinion. But when I heard it, and I'm not 100% for him, but it kind of changed my mind for him because it made me understand he did not believe them from the get-go about his clothing and the shoe thing. I always felt she could have weeks before, because I think this was pre-planned. I don't care. I don't know if it was weeks before. I don't know if it was a day before. I don't know. I feel like, and I could be 100% wrong, this was pre-planned regardless. And also, with saying that, I heard Nancy Grace many years before I was even on YouTube say pre-plan could mean within the 30 minutes. Within the pre-plan don't mean days or planning or whatever. If y'all.
So once again, they are saying that this was a premeditated disappearance. Here you go. This is Rich and Ruby. I'm not going to play much of this, but this guy, you will get a view of why we call him Wilson. Most of the time, it's half of the side of his face. He inserted himself way back when. It's him and his dog. Very, very interesting, non-factual channel.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? You doing all right? We got some Zoom call stuff going on this morning with safety directors and all kinds of good stuff. You know, it happens on days off sometimes. You just can't get away from it. We spent yesterday doing a lot of research. We did a really good fire chat last night that's loading. We got one from the night before that's loading. And what I was doing was I went ahead and tried to upload like 10 or 11 videos at one time.
He claims he's out there searching for all these missing children, and truly he just walks in a field.
And I don't know what happened, but it didn't work how I wanted it to, guys. I think I overloaded. I reset it this morning while I was on the Zoom call. So now I'm reloading 5 of them right now. I'm just going to do 5 and let them go through. But, you know, a lot going on, right, in all these cases. And then, you know, Ivana, the 15-year-old out of Richard Hills, Texas, the Amber Alert from a couple of days ago, day before yesterday, Thursday afternoon, bam, she was found safe right after the Amber Alert. That's amazing. But, you know, we don't get that in every Amber Alert, right? That's what really I have a hard time understanding is all these Amber Alerts we've been covering the whole time Sebastian Rogers has been missing. Like, I would say, well, the 16-year-old pregnant was found. So, yeah, I would say that pretty much every one of them, the child has been located. You know, I think the longest one we went really was Lily Pepler, right, out of Tyler, Texas. I think because we went, remember, boots on the ground day after she was went missing, you know, ended up going off with that guy or whatever. But still, you never know, right? You never know if somebody took them against their will, willingly or non-willingly, right? You just never know sometimes. People lure people and predators, and it just sucks. But that's not the point. This morning we did a fire chat about this particular case, Ivana Gonzalez, the 15-year-old, because when Sebastian Rogers vanished, he was 15. Amber Alert was put out, same types of scenarios, right? Only difference was, in Ivana's case, there was almost a 1 week gap between the Amber Alert, when she was last seen, and then when the Amber Alert came out. And they still, after 1 week head start, still found this girl in less than 24 hours.
So the title of his video says Mystery of Sebastian Rogers and Why the Amber Alert Never Worked.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is, it's never made sense to me. And, you know, they didn't have a 7-day head start. At the most, 11 and a half hours. Roughly 11.
So when he came onto the scene and started creating content about this case, he was begging for a response from Seth Rogers. I just need to know that I got your okay to, you know, involve myself, basically. He has been strange from jump, but again, you can kind of get a gist of how he provides content. And once again, it is not anything to be taken as fact. If you want the facts of Sebastian's case, the TBI website is where you're going to go for that. The rest of it is basically rumors, speculation, and wild theories.
And a half, 12 hours, right around that timeline. Because, you know, he was last seen at the Roadhouse.
Oh, you guys, I have Silvers. I saw you guys ask about Silvers. Silvers is in this lineup, and Scuba Steve is also in this lineup.
It's been around 6:25 p.m., and then that's the last known footage that we have of this young man. The last known footage. Water, sorry, I've been walking in the water. I got the Zoom phone going on in my top pocket, and I got y'all going on right here, and I'm listening to what they're saying, I guess. No, I am. It's the same thing every 10 days. We do the same type of Zoom safety stuff, and I'm so used to it now that, you know, I got the itinerary stuff yesterday, so I've already pretty much jumped the gun and read it all. Went through it yesterday. That way I would understand it. Got to be on top of your game, but like I said, Sebastian, this Amber Alert, to me, they never put out a vehicle, they never put out a perpetrator, they never put out a suspect, they never put out anything. And guess what? His phones were locked down. His phone was locked down so tight.
Why would they put all those things out if they don't have any of those things? They're not just going to make things up there rich. Poor Ruby. We'll leave Ruby out of this. She don't get a say in this. She's the dog.
They know that this child wasn't communicating with anybody outside that home or that school. Those parents know this. They told us in the beginning he's never run before. Then we find out on day one she said he was a wanderer. Right? Those things to me are important.
Say again. Come again. What did you just say? That he was a wanderer? That she said he was a wanderer?
They told us in the beginning he's never run before. Then we find out on day one she said he was a wanderer. Right? Those things to me are important.
What?
Because what?
No, facts matter. And where the fuck are you getting this? Like, where day one she came out and said he was a wanderer? Where? LFT, thank you so much for the support. Close to going full Nelly from Little House on the Prairie on these peeps. I'm with you. That's why I had to come back to reality and do something else for a little bit, because the rabbit hole I've been in since last night, yeah, I needed to pull myself up. Yeah. Shit only gets deeper.
Why have you stuck to the narrative of he's never done anything like that? But now you're going to say he wanders.
Hey, Trisha.
And then the whole rest of the year and a couple of months, you said, no, he's not a runner.
No, that's not what happened. They've always said that, to their knowledge, he never has eloped before. Then it came out later down the road, after conversations with neighbors and the police, that there was a potential incident of him being under a neighbor's car. When the neighbor's son's girlfriend went out to get in her car, he ran back to his house. When the owner of the house approached his home, the parents weren't there. They never connected on that. And they found out way after the fact. They didn't even know. So yes, they declined that he ever had eloped. And you guys had a fit about that too. Okay, let's go back to Smiley, but you get a gist of who this guy is that she's saying is her source. That's Rich.
Understand what I'm saying, but I think there's pre-med is what I'm saying in this. But I always feel she could have had him other shoes or bought him other shoes. I've always asked the question, I wonder if they went back a month prior to Walmart to.
Lindsay, so far what I can tell you about the rabbit hole I fell in is that it's a vortex of missing brain cells. I have successfully, from falling down this rabbit hole, been depleted of every working brain cell I once had in this brain. So we are mumbling today. But if I can make sense of where we have stumbled into, we might have to talk about it in the future.
And I know there's several in the area, more than one. I wonder if they went back and took the time to go to BJ's, Costco's, Walmart, even while he was sitting there eating in, I can't remember which one, BJ's or Costco's, that has the eating area. Did she go through line? Did they get the video? Did they see, did she buy anything else there? Go put it in the car, come back, get him. Did they go to any of the stores, TJ Maxx, whatever's across right there at Gallatin Road, all those things? Did she buy him any extra shoes or anything and then say he left barefoot? I'm not so convinced he did, but that's just me. And then I heard Eric Craddock say that early on, within 3 to 4 days after he left, but I just heard that like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Let's take it back for a minute. Seth Rogers himself said when him and Tony were talking about one of the segments that Seth Rogers did on his own channel, Seth Rogers says when he walked in the door, the first thing he noticed when he walked in the door, that all of Sebastian's shoes were there. How he knew that instantaneously is beyond me, but those were his words. He said that when he walked in the door, that he noticed that all of Sebastian's shoes were there. Now, we have always talked about, and let's just make it very clear once again, because people like to twist and turn everything. At this point in time, there's no evidence, in my opinion, that Seth, Katie, or Chris are involved in the disappearance of Sebastian. I am one that thinks that there are so many possibilities anywhere outside of the family or anything to do with the family. However, there are options that he could have found a pair of slides walking home from school, or a kid in the gym class, or his mom does installation stuff and they wear those booties that, contractors wear into homes. There's so many possibilities outside of what these people will even, it drives me fucking nuts. They are stuck on details that matter to law enforcement, but shouldn't be the cause of all of this finger pointing at the parents.
Because Rich and Ruby brought that out. And I was like, what? And then the other guy standing beside him, I forgot what Ken Widener said about his clothes. Well, we always made a big thing about his clothes. And I was like, that just tells me right there they don't believe a damn thing Katie said.
Oh, we're going back to the law enforcement didn't believe Katie. Meanwhile, in the beginning of April, they came out at a press conference and said that the parents have been fully cooperative and their stories had been vetted. They didn't say they were cleared, but they said that the parents' stories had been vetted and the parents were cooperating. But they didn't believe her, right? Okay.
So I don't know.
And she passed a polygraph, according to Seth's own mom.
So I've heard rumors, Lady Q, there were rumors about Katie's shoes. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say yes 100%. All the shoes they say were counted for.
What's this about Katie's shoes? Have any of you heard this?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know. I'm more concerned, did she buy him some? I'm more concerned, did they check and see? I don't know what the hell is going on with the shoes, to be honest. All I know is I feel 100% confident that Sebastian would not go out with any shoes, especially after Seth told what he told with Sebastian's incident when he was younger. Yeah, it's hard to tell. And his feet grew so fast. Boy, and girls too, but boys' feet grow fast. They do. I can tell you this. They also lied. Thank you, Tori. Thank you. Woo woo. Thank you. I will always keep his name out. They also lied about wearing shoes in the house. I can tell you that. But did it start after Sebastian was gone? That's the question. I don't know. Because they said,
what the fuck does this matter? Can anybody help me? What does any of this matter? Thank you, Body, for renewing. Welcome back to the cabana. Why does any of this matter? Why do them wearing shoes in and out of their house matter? Why are they stuck on this shit? And this is previous to the missing segment coming out.
they always pull their shoes off at the door. But in Olivia's interview, if you look down at the bottom behind Katie's chair, there's a boot down there. There's a boot down there by that chair. And then there's another time, I can't remember. I got the photos. And one of those photos I sent to Bullhorn Betty. I sent one to Justin. And I can't remember.
Thank you, That's, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't heard that one yet. Imagine that. Imagine that. Hey, Lurker.
And me and my mom found it. I can't remember. I think it was in the dining room, but it was not at the door. But one of them was in Olivia's interview for sure, behind behind Katie. If you go back and you zoom in. So did they just start wearing their shoes in the house after he got gone? Or have they always wore the shoes in the house and just lied? Because everything's been a lie. I mean, really? Betsy said, I think they tried every avenue possible to keep him from possibly being found. I do too. I agree. And why now, 14 months later, or I will say, we'll give them grace. A year later, have they just started looking? Now, I saw on X somebody, I'm not even, their name's not even worth calling out because they were so, listen, we're not going to go there this morning. But when it's all about them, it's all about their prayers that they need for their and good Christian, we're not going to go there though. Okay.
Oh, Smiley's triggered again by somebody.
They're not being very Christian-like though.
Who's that?
But just because you show, I'm going to say this, they'll know who they are. But when you show a truck in the middle of a damn field somewhere, I want to explain something to you. When you show Chris Proudfoot's truck, let me get this clear, crystal clear, out in a field somewhere, and you say, oh, they say they ain't searched, but what is this? This is his truck out in a field somewhere. He's been searching behind the scenes. He don't have to show y'all what he's doing or whatever. There's two things about that, people. The first thing is, dumb. I'm from Tennessee. Let me just ask you this. You do realize that you can park your truck any damn where you want and take a photo of it? Click. That don't mean you're searching for a damn thing. You could have parked there to eat next door. I'm just wondering. That could have been a picture from 10 years ago, honey. Thank you, Mally Cat. Thank you so much. I mean, you do realize that, don't you? Now this dog's wanting out. Hold on a minute, y'all. Okay, you can open it. Holy crap.
Okay, who posted the picture of them on X? Who is she saying is not a very good Christian this time?
But you do realize that, don't you? Yeah. And then number two, what I was going to say, thank you for reminding me. I was going to say, if it was a picture of him looking for Sebastian, but he don't have to tell anybody what he's doing, and he don't have to, then how did you get that photo? He sent it to you because it's a staged photo, right? Right. All right. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Y'all need to stop. You need to stop. A man called Kelly from the Missing Children's Find Me group and said on the show he would look for Sebastian, but he has to be asked by a parent. He told Seth to contact him allegedly. Okay, so Seth, if you're hearing this, who is this? He's okay. A man called Kelly. Who's Kelly? I don't know who Kelly is. For Missing Children Find. Let me write this.
Oh, beautiful sunflower. That's you. You're not the very good Christian this day. Well, welcome to the club. You just joined the rest of us. Hey, babe. Poor Kyle has been kicking his own ass at work. Janison County. Yeah, I agree. But they're stuck on it. They will not get over it. It has been absolutely crazy. Sorry, guys. I'm winded and walking around because I'm starting another load of laundry.
He has to be asked by a parent. Okay. Sometimes that is true, Sam. It's just like EquiSearch. Excuse me. It's just like EquiSearch. I think they have to be asked in by a parent or LE. I definitely will get this information. But here's the thing. He said he contacted, and I don't know who Kelly is, if that was, okay. Oh, I know. I seen that man. I didn't watch all that. Was he like the police officer or, I didn't get to watch all that. I want to go back and watch that. Was he, I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. I got to go back and watch that. Oh my gosh. He was like retired. They were talking about the, yes. I got to go back and watch that. They were talking about the, why that you don't bring dogs to the, yes. He's one of the very top people. Yes. Okay. I'll get that information passed along. But here's my question. Why don't, even if Seth don't get in touch with somebody, because I know my question is, why don't the mom, I'm just saying. Yeah, I saw just the first few minutes of it, but I was right in the middle of something and I put it on, paused it, and then, thank you, Lisa, thank you. I doubt he'll have his rant. They might have been too easy on him because I heard, and this was just
Thank you, I will check it in just a moment. Thank you.
word on the streets that he was excited about it. So he must have got the easy questions. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's the group that she claims she works with, Beware Marching Band. That MMO tarot lady that claimed that she had to go members only after she tried to say that there was audio attached to the footage. She went members only for a while. Yeah, that's the group that she supposedly works with, is the Find Me group.
Yeah, I can't remember the last name.
And she's been begging for attention. Another one.
But I think he's been all across the country, honey. I know he's been all across the country. Hey, Momming It Up. Good afternoon. Good to see you, honey. I met Momming It Up at the vigil. I wish I would have had more time to spend with her there. It was so much.
Oh, not Momming It Up. The doomsday prepper bitch herself. I mean, they all circle.
Nice to meet you. I don't think I've ever even got a chance to tell you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Dearest didn't want any help finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yeah, they didn't, in my opinion. Yeah, he worked for a major place. Absolutely.
I'm going to move along from Smiley, but I think this sets the tone. So this is previous to the America's Most Wanted missing segment where Sebastian was the opener. So you're getting the stage set of how the green team was even opening into this airing. So Smiley sets the stage, puts all this doubt out there, has to remind people these are their alleged red flags. Let's move along. Let's move us along really quick. So we're going to go from her backwards one day because somebody asked about him. He was at the end, but just because he's handy right here, here is another team member. This is from the 27th. So Smiley was the 28th. We're going to take a day backwards. So this is the 27th with Silver's on the scene. I'm going to get through his.
But when you get joy in it, that makes it even better, right? So that's going great. Sebastian Rogers, in our hearts, in our minds, we're keeping up as much as we can, and we wish we had more time to jump in, solve this case, but most importantly, find him. So keep his awareness alive, find him, and get justice. He's always in our hearts and minds. Missing teen Sebastian Rogers. Have you seen me? $447,000 reward. What do we know? That we can say his name. If Silvers won, myself, Michael Silvers, can do only one thing in this.
So right off the bat, just a reminder, their reward that they are talking about, that is incorrect, because right here on At Night's own website, you might have to scroll in. I'll pull it full screen for you guys. Right here, it says that the reward is $400,000 for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Of course, if he is located deceased, the reward is reduced by 60%. But the $47,000 for information resulting in the confirmed live recovery of Summer Moon Utah wells. So the team is misinforming people once again on the breakdown of the reward per usual.
This video on a Sunday night, April 27th, a few minutes before 8 p.m. And that is, I can say his name, and that is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Factually, there is only a $50,000, up to $50,000 reward offered by the FBI. But again, the team goes along with at night's bullshit. But the details are important.
Who's been gone 425 days. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a moment. I could do this video to spread Sebastian's awareness, to let you know what's coming up next for Silvers on the Scene. And then it blew my mind to see it's been 1 year and 2 months to the day. 1 year and 2 months ago to the day, this evening, Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. 1 year and 2 months ago, 425 days. Let there be no distraction in finding Sebastian. There's way too much out there. Put that stuff aside, and whatever you can do, do it. Print flyers, share them on social media. Say his name, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, because the goal is simple, and for all of us, we want to bring him home. Before I jump into this, disclaimer on the wall, informational purposes only. We just read some facts. We know Sebastian's disappeared 1 year, 2 months ago tonight. February 26, 2024, reported missing from his home, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Is he still in his home? Oh, did I say that? Informational purposes only, not to be taken as fact. It is all my opinion, Silvers on the Scene. And thank you for your support. It means so much. So what did you click on? You clicked on this. There's Sebastian. There's the flyer. Keep the flyer out there if you need it. Email me at silversonthescene@yahoo.com, and I'll share it with you. Google it, and you'll get it yourself. Go to X, formerly known Twitter. Find it there as well. Sebastian Rogers, what's next? As you can see the background there, this is his home town of Hendersonville, Tennessee. So what is next? With my limited time, with my new role, thankfully, and I'm blessed. I'm blessed not only for the position I found and how the work's rewarding, the income is amazing, how all that is great. I'm so blessed. That also brings me back to Sebastian going, his family not being blessed. Our daughter lost yesterday her beloved little doggy, 12 years old, has been with her since she was 18. The 5-year-old, the 2-year-old grandson, that's the only dog they knew. Been there long before they were. The husband, great son-in-law, only dog he knew. Little Gabby has now passed on. It's very sad. My grandbaby, fur baby, very sad.
Okay, so in other words, Silvers has life things going on. Let's bump it forward because, again, sorry for the loss of your daughter's fur baby. That's terrible for the entire family.
1 year, 2 months later, tonight, gone from his home. The place he's supposed to be, the safest. Did he ever leave that home? Is he still in that home? Allegedly, in my opinion. Right, we heard rumors, if you will. Allegedly, can't go into his room, America's Most Wanted Missing Persons. We'll do an interview, but you can't come in the house.
Oh, not another team member 2 days before the episode airs talking about how problematic it is that they weren't able to go in their room. Tell me that they don't get their talking points.
What are people hiding? What are people hiding? So, as we just said, you clicked on what's next, and there's a map of his hometown. So let's jump into that. Here we go. You know, you see Sebastian's high school. You see Long Hollow Pike. You see New Hope Road. This is the X. Right in here is where everything happened. Sebastian's home in this area. The command center here with everyone looking for him. Drake's Creek running all the way through the town. You know that Silvers has been over here on Latimer Lane. The heaviest spot I've been in over 30 searches. The place that's felt the most, I fully believe.
Yeah, how could we forget you finding random drainage pipes and screaming in the random drainage pipes, Sebastian, your dad misses you. Yeah, we also can't forget you going and buying a brand new shovel and hiking boots and acting like you were going to dig. We also can't forget when you were just sniffing the air for decomp, you know, sniffers on the scene. That's when you got that name. Or bloop, dropping off a body. Yeah, we don't forget where you've been, sir. None of us have missed you.
I believe he was there at one point. Okay, that he was there at one point. Was that him running up from somebody? Was that him taking off on his own? Why was he there? I feel it strongly, but where is he now? So what's next? So here's what's next. I will be back. See, my job, just to describe my job, although it changed, where I traveled didn't, which means I still come to Tennessee, Knoxville, Nashville. And I just found out recently, I think I said in the last video, even Memphis now. But I fully believe Sebastian's somewhere in this area, in the hometown, his hometown. And the question is where? Allegedly, in my opinion, was Sebastian.
I noticed some of you in the comments have not seen some of these videos. Hold on. This is where he sniffs the air.
All right. So I'm gonna get out of here. I just don't feel comfortable going in there. I got the willies. Silver's on the scene has the willies for going as far as he did. I just don't think it's safe to walk through there. I think I have an okay sniffer smell, you know, like a dead animal or something. I thought I caught a smell of something, but I'm gonna walk over here a little bit more. He's buried, right, folks? Wouldn't that be the best way to keep him hidden for life?
He's buried. Did you hear that? So this was, just so you guys are aware, this is how he came into this 9 months ago, July 19th, 2024. He's buried. He was sniffing the air. Here is when he was driving. Is this the right one? I'm not sure if this is the right one. Hold on. Let's see. Let's try this one. I think this is the right video.
Woods around it, and it's low key. Not expecting it to have video footage or security footage. But over here, oh yeah, you're most definitely getting caught. All right, just wanted to show that difference between that speedway and this Loves and these others that are around. More to come. Coming across the Tennessee River, hard to see going across it like this, but I'm just thinking, Silver's on the scene. Coming across this river, there's cars, you see them. 3, 4, 5 in the morning, maybe you just pull over and bloop, drop off a body. Headed to Henderson. Headed to Hendersonville. More to come.
Did you catch that? Let's try that again.
That difference between that speedway and this Loves and these others that are around. More to come. Coming across the Tennessee River, hard to see going across it like this, but I'm just thinking, Silver's on the scene. Coming across this river, there's cars, you see them. 3, 4, 5 in the morning, maybe you just pull over and bloop, drop off a body. Headed to Henderson. Headed to Hendersonville. More to come. Silver's on the scene. All right, Silver's on the scene. As you can see, we're coming into.
I've never, ever seen a creator like to say their name as much as this guy. But here, don't blame me for the upcoming visuals. Okay, it's not my fault. It's just not. I can't do anything about this angle, okay? This guy's a character. Again, it's not my fault. It's truly not my fault. Give me 1 second. I got one more for you. This is all Silver's on the scene. This is all his videos of searching for Sebastian. Hold on. Here's another one. Sorry. some of you said you weren't sure who he was, so just giving you a quick little reminder.
Silver's on the scene. I hope everyone's doing great this Wednesday, August 7th. Did you feel that? Did you feel that shake, that boom? Silver's on the scene just arrived in Nashville, Tennessee.
Did you feel that? Did you feel that? That shake, that boom. It's about as intelligent as this.
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get when I'm smoking? Do you pick up when I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? I mean, this is what you have to be a green team member.
You know what that means. That's right. It's time to dig. Digging up the truth. Stay tuned. More to come.
Oh,
Bam!
sorry, I almost forgot the wink for you guys. I almost forgot the wink. Okay, back to this. These people give me a migraine. Now you see, now you guys can kind of understand why I have no brain cells left. There you go, because I review people like this.
Place somewhere to be found. That's always been something I've thought of. Was he placed somewhere to be found, or was he placed somewhere to never be found? Right? Okay. But as you all know, my theory, allegedly, Silver's opinion, disclaimer on the wall. That
Janice, I just saw that. Am I the only one that heard Emilio Night at the Roxbury when Becky screamed down the pipe? I'm gonna have to find that now. Him screaming down the pipe was I can't even do what he was doing.
that when he went in that home
Thank you for the
on
support.
the 25th that evening, he was removed from that. Keep his awareness alive and say his name. He was removed from his home 3 a.m. Okay, the car. Why does Chris Proudfoot get so angry when that car is brought up? Why has Chris Proudfoot gotten so angry at a guy, mob crew, another Chris, who does a phenomenal job, who's doing nothing but trying to help locate his stepson? Why so angry? Well, I believe this. In my opinion, every time those lights come up, every time anything that closes in on this is what happened. Just imagine this for a second. You're out in public and you do something, no matter where that is, and you think no one saw you. And then you start seeing that there's possible video, security footage from a home, security footage from a restaurant, a public building. And every time someone brings that up, you're so afraid that you're going to get caught. You're so afraid that, oh my, this is what's going to do it. This is going to expose me. Well, you have two options. Be quiet and pretend it didn't happen, or come out and start trying to change everyone's opinion on it. And as I said in the last video, look like a fool. Okay, so what does that all mean when we kind of get off on these little rants, if you will?
Here you go. Here it is. Here's the drainage pipe
And
video.
illuminate. See what we're seeing. Look how dark it is.
This is why I end up here for like 6 hours, because one thing leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. And some people aren't familiar with some of these characters, and it's kind of a good reminder of what it takes to be a member of the green team. In fact, we still need to do the whiteboard breakdown of like the qualifications of what you need to be on the green team. But now you kind of understand some of the characters and their personalities, and you see why they fit.
So there's a lot of activity going on here. You see these RVs, right? So like the guy was saying, they're unlocked. Someone could get
Hey, Big Al, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Hey, Lovey.
in there if they needed to take shelter. There we go.
I got you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so look how these pipes go together.
I mean, I can see that, Trixie. He's kind of infected, like a tapeworm.
There Are we getting that? Are we seeing that?
I just found it, Janice. Thank you.
It looks like it just ends down there. Ah, this makes me feel so good.
Just wait.
Even that does a pretty good job. Okay, so take a look. Sebastian. Okay, so more to
Oh, we're
come.
not done yet.
We're going all the way back there now. Sebastian. Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian Rogers, are you in here? Not getting any response.
No shit.
Make it look. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this thing's echoing back, and it was freaking me out at first, but
This guy's scared of his own
I
shadow.
thought somebody was answering, but they're not. It's my own words. So take a look, just so you can see. It's clear. It's hard to see on this camera. Spider web. Let me see. If I do it like this, like that. Okay. There we go.
Oh yeah, he was expecting a response.
I can see it better with the naked eye. I feel comfortable. That is clear. I'm gonna try one more time. Sebastian Rogers. Hello? We're looking for you, son, if you're in here. It's clear. It's clear. It goes a long way back. It looks like it just ends. It just comes to an end. There's nothing in here like food. So there's nothing in here that shows somebody's been in here. Okay.
No shit, Sherlock. Right, Clue? I agree. Well, and before he took all of his videos off of his channel, he had all of these like B-roll footage of like a failed Z-list actor wannabe getting noticed production type bullshit. But he cleaned up his channel when he started getting reviewed.
All right. Let me just make sure. Whew.
Oh, he's done this on Cage too.
There it is. There's another liner I got. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, behind me the pipe, surrounded by concrete, thinking there's a chance Sebastian could be in there or maybe was in there at one point in time.
Right in the middle, a main highway right behind, RVs, boat storage. Okay, sure.
You've seen from the video I just showed, I've called his name multiple times. Went and got a new flashlight. I got two things. I got like a lantern, I got this beam that just really throws a
This was 4 months in.
big beam. So it looks like this thing just ends at the very back. There's no light coming out, but a couple of things. No one's in there. No one's in there, so no one's responding to me. And it doesn't look like anyone's ever been in there, like trying to live or, you know,
October 3rd, 2024 is the actual date.
discarded food or trash or clothes or anything like that, blankets. So
Greener lover, thank
as
you.
much as I wanted Sebastian to come running out of there and we get him to safety and get him taken care of and he'd be alive. Unfortunately, he's not here at this point in time. Or if he may have never been here. But I'm going to check another place. I told you the possible area where homeless people could be, but the reason I got a smile on my face here is, although I'm unhappy we didn't find him. I'm unhappy about that because I want to find him. We got to find him. That's the goal. But I'm smiling because I can not think about this anymore and know that I've completely cleared it. And so that's.
This is just one of multiple that are similar. There's another one where he's in a drainage pipe or a cave and he's yelling into it, "Your dad misses you," and all of these other things. It is absolutely astounding. But that's the same guy we're listening to from the 27th, 2 days before the America's Most Wanted segment, that is picking this apart, talking about his searches.
I don't like.
He is a Green Team member. He's also one that's been to the Texas Roadhouse, just so you can see the date on this one, April 27th. He got a job, though. Supposedly, the rumor is that he's ex-law enforcement from some state. Do I know if that's true? I don't, but I sure as fuck hope not.
But this boy here, say his name, Sebastian Rogers, 1 year and 2 months ago was done wrong. Much more wrong than he had ever been done.
Oh, hell. Hold on. My favorite video, since a lot of you aren't familiar with him, give me a second and let me see if I can find the video of the Walmart stuff. That was some insanity in itself, too. And that's worth reminding people of what he did. Because that whole situation that he concocted off of an email and went into Walmart was wild. I don't know if he left it up, though. Let me go look.
Up until that time. And there had been some wrongs, as we know, before then. First of all, you don't hurt people. You definitely don't hurt kids. In my opinion, he was hurt that night. So what is next? Had an email come in from someone who has been emailing me since the day I began searching for Sebastian, and she's great. I'm not going to reveal any names. And I have to tell you, I see the emails, and yes, I'll be the first to tell you, I just don't have the time. I know you have to find the time, and I'm finding the time now to bring this awareness for Sebastian, to keep his face and flyer out there so we can find him. And there's others that are doing so much better than me. Mob Crew, Bullhorn Betty, the Narrative, who else? The Crime Time Buzz and the Ease, Justin, Clutch Them Pearls. These people.
He's listing all the Green Team members for you.
These people are continuing doing it. And I know Bullhorn Betty had said one time about me, Silver's on the Scene, that while she was sidelined, someone could keep running the ball. And back then when that was going on, I had so much time, or much more time than I have now. And I was running with that ball every day. Unfortunately, I'm just not able to do it. But now here, this video, bringing his awareness alive, right? Everybody post a 5-minute video, bring his awareness alive, stick his flyer up, stick his photos up, and just let it sit there for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to take you back because this is of importance to show. So anybody that's not familiar, people that have been for a while will remember this situation. He actually got an email, just to set the stage of this, of what we're walking into. We kind of are going back down a little bit of a memory lane here with some of these characters, but how they've played a part in the confusion, the chaos, the misinformation. They've all played a specific role in this. And you will kind of notice that as we go through. Like, they all have the very similar talking points. They all do their part. Like, when something like this comes out, they all find the time to make a video to misinform, or, look over here, not over there. Don't forget all these red flags. Don't forget. They all post the at night flyers. They never post the actual Amber Alert or the TBI flyers. They always go to that. But this one is of importance because this man here actually filed police reports on things like this. He has been a clown and a distraction from jump, and I'm glad that he's a little bit occupied now because this shit is ridiculous.
Monday, August 5th. Hope everyone's doing fantastic and your week has started off great. Why are we here? 161 days ago, Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and he's still gone to this day. Argo, bring him home. Bring him home. Also want to throw this up. This is from a missing children's board in Walmart. What Walmart? Walmart in Cleveland, Tennessee. 18,302 children who have been put up on the Walmart boards have been recovered since January 1996. And that's amazing. Okay, that's amazing. And we want Sebastian to be one of those as well. So, what was I doing in that Cleveland Walmart? As you can see, Sebastian is not on their board at this time. Cleveland, Tennessee Walmart is well aware of Sebastian now. So let me play this video for you. It'll give you a ton of information, and then we'll come back and discuss. Here we go.
Silver's on the scene.
Please know that nothing in the upcoming video should be taken as factual. He actually filed a police report. The police went and investigated. Again, look over here, not over there. He definitely played an influential role in distractions. He is also one of the creators, alongside Crime Time Buzz, who took Janine from Facebook's crazy ramblings about the 27.27 miles Westmoreland bullshit with the natural burial ground, took Janine's ramblings and turned it into content and made people think that there was something to it. He's a clown. Just know that.
Where am I? I'm in Cleveland, Tennessee. That's right, Cleveland, Tennessee. Standing here at the Walmart. All right, let's take a look. Walmart, Cleveland, Tennessee. What am I doing here at the Walmart, Cleveland, Tennessee? Well, hopefully, I'm doing something really good. A tip came in, and I'm going to take a look at it. So, I'm going inside. I'm going to ask a few questions and see what kind of answers we can hopefully get. Stay tuned. More to come. Sewers on the scene. I'm back. As you saw earlier, take a look. I'm at the Walmart. That's right, the Walmart in Cleveland, Tennessee. Okay. And I went in just now and I had a few questions. Let me tell you what's going on and we'll go from there. So,
Audacity is correct. Yep. He's linked up with a bunch of different psychics and he's done a bunch of different, he actually drew a picture. I still have notes on his little drawings and all the different things. We started covering him. I say me and the Islanders got put through torture. Okay. I've torture tested the Islanders quite a few times with bringing new characters on the scene over the last 14 months. This was one of them. We took notes over the shit that he was saying. It's unreal. He's up there with the fake dog handler bullshit.
Silver's on the scene at yahoo.com. I've had tips coming in and leads, places to mainly look for Sebastian, that he might be out there, as we think, maybe possibly not with us anymore, and places to search. But I did have a tip come in.
Yes, Demon.
For this Walmart here in Cleveland, Tennessee. Okay. The tip is this. There was a guy who was doing his normal grocery shopping. He was in the grocery department. And as he's standing there looking for different things, he had noticed a group of teenagers. Boys and girls.
And you would have think, Sheila, that he would have changed things up by now. But no, he's still just playing his role in his green team bullshit.
With two adults. He said it looked odd. The group looked odd, but that's all he noticed. And he had walked away from them, doing his shopping. And when he was 20 or so aisles down, a pretty good ways down, just looking at food to purchase, he was approached by one of those teenagers, and it was a teenage boy. The boy said to him basically, "Hey, it's a nice day to be shopping." And he replied with, "Yes, it's a great day to be shopping." And before they could say anything else, the adult male with the group, who was several aisles back from where this kid had come from, yells out, "Sebastian." Which at this time, the kid looks up, looks this guy right in the eyes, turns abruptly to go back to the group. And as he walks away, this guy reported this tip is saying, he says, "Seth," under his breath. Now, at the time, this was back in April, about 103 days ago. It's a long time ago. At the time, stating the guy giving the tip, who emailed me, says he did not know Sebastian was missing. He thought the whole encounter was odd. He thought the group was odd, but that was it. Several weeks after this encounter, he sees on the news, YouTube, wherever he sees that this kid, Sebastian Rogers, is missing. And of course, he goes, "Wow, that is the kid who approached me in the Walmart." One thing he also said that I left.
Isn't it ironic that this was off an email and months later? It's very similar to when Crime Time Buzz got that random email with a police report that was filed in Oregon of two unknown people at Ford's Pond months later, and they didn't realize. And then all of a sudden a police report, they say, was sent to her from some like CJ account or something. Isn't it ironic that the very same things continue to happen to the same group of people, and magically they get turned into content and bigger distractions that get added to and have been used as red flags throughout these last 14 months when there's been zero proof of any of it?
Left out is when the kid got back to the group. One of the girls in the group, teenage girls, had kind of put her arm up to him and was whispering something in his ear. And at about that time, the adult male with the group, stomps his foot and yells loud, "Proudfoot." Now, I'm just telling you what's reported to me. No judgment here. No saying this is ridiculous.
I mean, can you imagine somebody stomping their feet and yelling Proudfoot? Sure.
As we've talked about, everything needs to be checked out. So Silver's on the scene, on my way to Knoxville now, then going to make my way over to the Nashville area, as everyone knows. You've seen in the videos. So I came here, coming right through Cleveland. I contacted the guy again. There's 2 Walmarts in the town. He told me which one he was at. He gave me more details. He's even willing to come to the store and do a reenactment. So what did I do here? I've never done anything like this before.
The emailer was willing to come to the store and do a reenactment. Again, I remind you that before this man cleaned up his channel, in fact, I think I did a scroll of his channel before he cleaned it up. He had videos where he was doing footage trying to get noticed by production companies.
But you never get anything unless you ask for it. You never ask, you never get. So I went into the store. I got the store manager. He then got the loss prevention or security manager.
Hey,
the 3 of us had a discussion. Of course, my goal was to see the footage myself. More to come. Okay, so I'm back. So I had to take the phone call that was coming in. That was actually the police officer, law enforcement calling. So what happened was, and I don't know where I was exactly on the story, but I met with the store manager as well as loss prevention, I believe, manager, security manager. And of course, they won't let me see anything, but they told me to contact law enforcement, which I just did. I did before I started the video. And while I was doing this video, he actually called me. So there's been immediate response. I would say from me making contact and speaking to someone at the police department in the city of Cleveland to get in the call was less than 5 minutes. So took the full thing down. I've also given the name of the person who made who gave the tip, who actually saw what he believes to be Sebastian. And, they have my information. They can call me and I'll let you know more to come if I get any updates. But, here's the thing. I know me especially, I just feel like Sebastian's probably more than likely no longer with us. But if this is him, if he was seen and it really is him, that changes everything. And it changed it for the positive because we want him alive and we want him to get back home to his father. So that's the update. More will come as I learn more. But yeah, Silver's on the scene from Cleveland, Tennessee at the Walmart.
Okay. What do you think about that?
I think you're full of shit. And come to find out, he was full of shit. There was nothing to it. There was no sighting of Sebastian. None of that happened. I don't even have to waste your time any longer with you holding your breath. Of course, none of that was factual. So he's still on the case, though. But we've got so many of them to get through. Let's bump ahead. So then we have Spanky. This is Justin from Clutch Your Pearls. Clutch the pearls, clutch them pearls, whatever you want to go by. This is Spanky is what I call him. Spanky is going to do the review for the green team as the America's Most Wanted segment airs. Here we go. He is also known as the melatonin of YouTube. Like I said before, we've got to speed him all the way up.
Big J ahead of us. America's Most Wanted is going to be live here, and we're going to be watching it. I do apologize. This is probably the latest I've ever been for a stream.
Yes, you guys, in my chat, please address them by you can call them Seth, Katie, Chris. You can nickname the creators all you want, but I like people to know who we're actually speaking of. So all I ask is that you call them Seth, Katie, and Chris. No nicknames for the parents, but nickname the creators all the fuck you want.
But I had to get it together for you guys. So I got a live subscription to a something so we can watch it. So
Hulu?
We got it. It should be streaming starting in about 28 minutes from now. And we can watch it there. Yes, I get a late slip. I am no different than my pearls. Justin, to the office, please. You're being paged. Justin, to the office, please. You're being paged. Couldn't let you guys down. I promised you, and I couldn't let you down. I was looking everywhere in the world to see if I could get it for free, but I couldn't.
You notice something similar about the green team? Look at that face. Their foundation. Are they all wearing the same foundation? What color is this? What is this? Huh. Michigan Wifey, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. I'm not going to torture you with listening to him ramble for 28 minutes, but he does talk a lot of shit per usual.
The police would hug Edgar and KK, maybe KK.
And here he goes.
That really changed it for me. When I saw those police officers there, I know it changed everything for me. I'm recording it while I watch you night. So we got about 19 minutes before it starts, about 19 minutes. We'll have Paramount Plus. I mean, the only subscription I had was Netflix, like any type of telenovela, you know. So there's that. Thank you so much, Raymond. Really do appreciate you. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, honey. Good to see you. Very kind of you, my dear. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Crystal. Really do appreciate you, my love. And thank you, and good to see you.
You guys are creative today.
Hope you're well. Miss Linda, thanks for being a member. Good to see you. The police hugging that showed me that
somebody needs to break his soundboard.
They didn't think he was involved. Yeah. You know, it would have been nice to have seen Edgar and KK there at the year. I think it would have been nice. Now, I was just thinking, do you think that the police would hug Edgar and KK? Maybe KK. But I just don't see them. They just don't come to anything. Yep, Amy. Yep, we are waiting. One second.
Gotta set the stage. Gotta be negative against Chris and Katie, of course. Oh, more claps.
Thank you, Texas Cowgirl, my love. Thank you, Tugs. Good to see you, babies. Appreciate you. Did not call you back. I'm so sorry. Also, he knows.
Hold on.
And to me, that makes me more suspicious.
He sure did, Demon.
I mean, listen.
He sure
I have spoken to different people in that neighborhood. Some I've spoke to for quite some time. Some are more recent. And the day he said that, which was just recently, I clipped that and I sent it to said neighbors. And 2 of them called me within just a short period of each other. And they were like, I cannot believe he just said that. I'm like, I just never thought he would say that. I thought you would.
Spanky has very proudly stated numerous times that he has connections to neighbors. Now, again, we know that some people in his chat claim that they are neighbors and they have been completely misinforming people on things, the situations, everything in the neighborhood for quite some time. The people that are actually close to Chris and Katie are not speaking to people like this, but they continue to manipulate their audience by saying that they are in contact with neighbors. Justin has a tendency of doing this. They hunt down anybody. Him and his mods are infamous for doxing, tracking people down. They're disgusting, truly disgusting. Yeah, teachers. He also got emails from teachers. Yeah.
Might avoid it, but not say that there's not even a car. And then saying, one of the lights is a neighbor has came forward saying that's their trash. I mean, yeah, walking around at 3 a.m. Taking out the trash through so many different neighbors' yards. Like, what? Yeah, we have 4 minutes. And here we go. Let me go ahead and start pulling this up. Fox.
Fast forward again.
There's 3 cases that I want solved more than anything. Summer Wells, Michael Vaughn, and Sebastian Rogers. And I hope to God that those 3 will be solved.
All 3 cases he's exploited to the max.
I know Michael Vaughn's is going to be solved. I have a lot of hope for Sebastian's and believe his still has a really good chance. He has muscles. And Summer Wells, God, it's going to make me cry. I really want her to be found. So much. And they certainly it's more than time, to say the very least. More than time. Have they found the Hong boy that was missing yet? They have not. And I'm going to tell you something. That case right there, here we go. Oh, not yet. Sorry. Let me see here. 1 second.
I'm going to bump us forward some more. He rambles. He plays this. Do you guys want to see him play through it? We can, if you would like. We can watch it through.
Yep. I just need Fox. Here we go. Fox. There we go. And here we go.
And hope to families across America, helping to bring more than 65 missing children home.
Thanks to some tipsters.
It is sped up because I can't handle him at regular speed. It's torture watching him, and I just want to get through it as fast as possible. But you're going to see how each member of the team plays a significant role in the misinformation and the concocted stories that get carried on.
Elizabeth Smart was recovered alive.
Now we carry that legacy forward with a single mission: to bring the missing home.
This hole in my heart where Chelsea's supposed to be.
We've assembled a team to lead the search, boots on the ground. From America's Most Wanted, Callahan Walsh.
She doesn't even know that she's a missing child.
Gabby Petito's father, Joe Petito.
Report, literally radio.
True crime podcaster, Payne Lindsay.
Somebody needs to be asked some hard questions.
Former undercover detective Derek Levasseur.
Maybe someone out there can do something.
And survivor and advocate Elizabeth Smart.
I'm here because you served your brother back home.
Working with investigators and listening to families.
Why would he take the veil? Why would he take my phone?
There's no more waiting.
I can agree with you as in the predator, meaning he has predatory behavior towards exploiting victims and their families. He has a special grimy fixation, especially on missing children. As far as predator in other sense, I won't go there because I do not believe that. But he is very predatory in how he exploits these cases and these victims and their stories with misinformation constantly. I mean, he is truly, and I say that because I have followed this guy through many stories. He was one of the big factors, once again, in Marvon McRae's story. He threw large amounts of money towards the family to secure a source. The same thing he did with Seth Rogers. He announced that Marvon had passed away when they were down exploiting Quentin Simon's case, which was not true, off a $2 super sticker, which they had already started toying around with the night before. Then somebody confirmed it with a $2 super sticker. They announced it on Bullhorn Betty's, Justin's, all their live streams. And then there was no source of information. They couldn't blame it on anybody. So a fake source pops up from SNBC 13 the next day. Again, he also doxed AWP's victim, Jared Lysick's victim, down to her social security number. This man is grimy. Yes, he also tried to find a spot where there was an unblurred image of Kylie Rodney. Yep, sure has. On top of many other things. The list goes on. And all of the things that I just said are 100% in clips, factually easy to prove.
Tonight, we're going to find them.
Someone knows something.
This little girl is still out there.
We need your eyes. We need your voice.
We're one tip away from changing the course of this case.
We need your help.
It's a missing piece to the family. I miss my son.
Because one sighting, one tip, one moment.
We're this close.
It was KK and Edgar.
We never stop searching. As we know, the
He also salivated over the Judd unaliving scene too.
families won't stop either.
The search begins now.
Good evening. I'm Harris Faulkner, and this is America's Most Wanted Missing Persons, a new show following the lead of the iconic true crime series. We have one mission: to bring missing loved ones home. Every person you'll see on the screen tonight has someone waiting for them: a parent, a child, a friend, a community that refuses to give up, and neither will we. We've assembled a team.
Bev's, and your point is, children disappear under people's watch all the time, and your point is, you're excusing his behavior because one of his children hasn't disappeared. You're excusing him exploiting missing children that have disappeared under circumstances that we don't truly know because law enforcement has not. So you're excusing this man's behavior of exploiting these minor victims, these children's stories. Children cannot consent. So you're excusing his behavior because a child didn't disappear under his watch? Please tell me that that's not what you're trying to do. But a child didn't disappear. So you're okay with all the other shit he's done to many victims because his children haven't disappeared? Are you okay? Come up for air. You might be kissing the ring and it might be a little stuffy down there from what I heard. People don't wash.
Team of experts who dedicated their lives to solving cases and helping others. Derek Levasseur. You may know him from Big Brother, but he also has worked undercover with the FBI, DEA.
I'm excusing whose lies. Because what I'm excusing is the fact that we have no fucking evidence, factual evidence from law enforcement to put guilt on Chris, Katie, or Seth. That's exactly what I'm excusing. I'm excusing that I work on facts, not fucking speculation and fucking rumors. You might not be in the right place. It's fuck around and find out Friday. I don't fuck with people like you who think that this type of exploiting of minor children, minor missing children is okay. That's creating rumors and fictional stories about their parents and what could have happened because they want a victim, you know, the right side of fucking history. Nah, bitch, if you think you're on the right side of history and want something horrific to happen to a child, that's all I need to know about you. Have the day you deserve.
DEA and Secret Service. Elizabeth Smart, a survivor and advocate whose abduction recovery was made possible through America's Most Wanted. Payne Lindsay, whose investigative true crime podcast Up and Vanished has brought cold cases back into the national spotlight.
By the way, vacation did me really good. I came back with a whole fucking attitude of I don't have time for this shit anymore. You come in here acting like a fool, you're going to get red. I don't give a shit. These are strangers on the internet, and I'm not going to condone this shit. I'm not going to sit by and say this shit is okay. We are not normalizing this fucking bullshit from adults, from anybody. This is the problem. They think they're entitled to do this to families. They continue to do this to family after family. As soon as this group of people, the green team, can latch on to the next missing child or the next tragedy, they will do it to another family. I'm not going to sit by and normalize a fucking thing about this. And if you have a problem with that, I'm not the channel for you because I'm done with this shit. I'm done with the excuses. I'm done with grown-ass adults acting like this is okay to do to the victims, their families, time and time again. And I'm done with the people that think we should just be silent and not push back on this because, oh, well, you know, it's their right. It's their right to do this.
And tonight's special guest, Callahan Walsh, a familiar face to America's Most Wanted. Callahan does incredible work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us. Let's get to our first case now. A missing child, Sebastian Rogers. On February 25th, 2024, Sebastian's mother said goodnight to her 15-year-old son. The next morning, Sebastian was gone.
Here we go, y'all.
Having missing juvenile. We are right now, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 100 pound down. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Do not have a criminal autism.
Get warm around.
Sebastian is tall and skinny.
Oh, and let me remind you one more thing because I will proudly state it myself. They can call me a tragedy pimp all day long. I exploit the tragedies such as Spanky, Bullhorn Betty, BJ. You are right. They are fucking tragedies. I exploit the exploiters. 100%. Yep. You think you're going to shame me? Nope. Not today, not tomorrow, not any other day. Because if this was you and your family and these rumors were being made about you, even if I don't fuck with you, I would still say it was wrong. But carry on. Call me all the things you want. I will continue to exploit the tragedy vultures who prey on these families and the victims' worst times. Your opinions of me are never going to matter. Carry on.
Has a contagious smile. Loves video games. Loves cats.
Boundless amounts of energy. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods, you know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things. That's my son.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, we laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock off and you got to go to bed. And he answered, you know, yes, ma'am. And I said, okay. And that was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian. The next morning, when I went in his room, he wasn't in his bed. After a minute or two, when I couldn't find him, I called Chris and I said, I can't find Sebastian. He's not in the house.
I got off of work.
You know what I see? A broken mother trying to keep it together.
And I had a text message.
You know what I see? A broken stepfather, a broken father. I see no evidence to put so much on these parents' plate going through their worst time until there's evidence from law enforcement.
From Sebastian's stepfather.
I said, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but Sebastian's missing.
I headed straight over to their house.
I started driving through the neighborhood. I was panicking. I was looking everywhere. Like, where is he? What happened? Did he go?
Now, I will also state to that, I also have a lot of questions about the people that Seth Rogers has surrounded himself with in his behavior. Yes, but just because I don't like his behavior, I'm not willing to make the jump that he is involved in the disappearance until law enforcement has anything to say. His behavior, who he has intentionally surrounded himself with, the re-victimization, the re-abuse constantly of Katie, I'm not okay with. I will never be okay with. And I'm a blocked bitch, and proudly.
With someone, did someone take him by the time I pulled into the school? Christopher was already telling me to turn around because the authorities were on their way.
They used helicopters, they used drones, they used ATVs, horseback.
How would he
An
know?
extensive search didn't yield one significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video. Days later, investigators combed through a landfill, still saying they had found nothing.
We have nothing. We just have speculations. We get criticized. The father gets criticized. Law enforcement's been criticized.
Online sleuths are really analyzing videos and creating their own theories. Sebastian is putting something in his pocket.
Surveillance footage from a neighbor shows two people outside of Sebastian's house that night. Something happened.
Tonight marks 1 year since Sebastian Rogers disappeared near Beach High School in Sumner County.
My life is not the same without my son. He's not here, and he's somewhere.
100%
Someone
agree.
has him.
This year has been the worst
100% agree with you.
nightmare I could have imagined come alive.
Just wants whoever has him. Just kill him back. It's my son.
Wow, that dad. You can feel it. So we want to talk about theories now, Payne, and what might have happened with Sebastian. What are your thoughts?
I mean, here's his house. They searched miles outside of that neighborhood for days. Helicopters on the ground. They even drained a lake. He's nowhere. I don't think Sebastian would have gone outside on his own. There's someone else involved here. Somebody who was familiar to him, but a stranger to everyone else.
We also have to consider he could have left on his own volition. We know children on the autism spectrum tend to wander, according to the American Academy.
Oh, wait, they didn't go right after the parents are guilty of something? Holy shit. A panel of people who they consider semi-experts didn't go right after the parents instantaneously? Shocking. They're saying that there's things outside of the parents that are possibilities. Wow.
Academy of Pediatrics, nearly half of all children on the autism spectrum will go missing at some point from their environment.
Wow.
But I think something caused him to flee his home. Was that into the open arms of a predator, or was there a roaming predator that just happened to see Sebastian?
Hell, I'm gray right now, and I don't have a child missing.
Walking down through the neighborhood?
And to me, one thing that stands out is his shoes. He always wore his shoes according to his mom.
Yeah, she shared a story that as a younger boy, he walked through a pile of dirt, turned out to be a bed of fire ants, and he had a thing about always wearing his socks and shoes. I can't think that a 15-year-old child would get up in the middle of the night and leave without his shoes in February. It's cold. So for me, that says that someone has come and taken him, or someone else is involved. Someone knows something. And as easy as it is to be like, oh, that could never happen, like your bedroom is the safest place in the world. Well, no. Bedrooms are not the safest place in the world. I was taken from my bedroom. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah.
So when you consider what you just said, Elizabeth, and according to Katie, that night she goes to bed, he goes to bed, then around 10 p.m. there's a bump or a thud. She calls out to him. He says, I'm fine. Yes, ma'am. I'll stop moving. And then that's the end of it. And according to
Elizabeth Smart is an incredibly beautiful, amazing advocate. Amazing advocate. She has done so much for so many families.
her, when she went
her and her father
to bed, the doors were locked. And when she woke up, the doors were locked. Were the windows locked? That's a big question. Were they secure? Because if they weren't, could mean one of two things. That thud, him responding, was someone else in there with him?
Or someone was with him and going.
Exactly.
So I do want to bring up this home security camera footage. This looks like foot traffic right in here.
Yeah, if you look at the footage here, you can see subject number 1 allegedly, right? It looks like something that's illuminated, which, by the way, we haven't mentioned it yet. According to Katie, there was a flashlight that Sebastian liked using that was missing. So you consider that, it does look like two people holding flashlights.
Yes, that paints a picture that is...
That's what they said, but I don't know who he is, Mona Lisa. I don't know. If anybody knows anything about that man, you can state so in the, tell his channel name. I don't know who he is.
Foul play.
Yes.
So I want to help the public now. We want to find Sebastian. What do you say to people, Elizabeth?
First of all, to the 16-year-olds of the country, the high school age, really, if you know someone who looks like Sebastian, if you know something about Sebastian, tell your parents, call into the show, call the police, report it. This might be the break that we need.
No, I mean, there's a lot of things, Carl. There's a lot of things. And I don't shame anybody for going further with this. For me, I work on law enforcement facts and that's about it. But those people that can go down those rabbit holes and connect stuff, there are some weird, I will give you guys, there are some interesting, problematic things that are pointed out. For sure. He's a podcaster. Oh, he helped solve the Crystal Rogers case. The bleach blonde guy. I'll try to pause on him specifically. His name's Payne.
To the parents, if you have seen a 16-year-old boy that looks like Sebastian, do not be afraid to pick up the phone and call.
There is a $50,000 reward to help find him. Sebastian Rogers was about 5'5" when he was last seen, and he wears glasses. Sebastian is not comfortable with strangers.
If you're someone from a small town.
This guy. This is who we're asking about. Do we know, is his, Bex, do we know what the name of his podcast is? Did you guys say it already? Yeah, you guys can talk in the comment section. Please don't think I'm trying to shut you up at all. I'm okay with you guys having, but just try to keep it, you know, semi-factual. And if it's speculation, just state so as such. That's all I ask. Up and vanish. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I'm a puffin. You said that earlier and I didn't even. Sorry, guys. Catching up. I was trying to find the pause.
And you're in this neighborhood, check your cameras. There might be someone sitting on some doorbell cameras footage. I bet you he's in a small town in Tennessee.
Wow, that's an interesting theory.
But this isn't the most rural area in the world. We're not talking about out in the Rocky Mountains. This is a neighborhood.
There's
where
a highway going this.
There's high foot traffic everywhere, and still no sign of him.
Wow. Thank you to our team of experts. And you all know our purpose is to examine these cases and give people watching information so they can bring the missing home. And I want to thank Callahan. I'm so glad that you're with us right now.
Can we just say how incredible it is to get the opening 12 minutes of a new season for Sebastian? Like, that's incredible. Do you think that they're going to be happy with that?
We'll see you next week. And that's
Absolutely.
fantastic.
Good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you. All right, let's move. We have more very important cases coming up. Stay close.
The last known sighting of Daniel was right here. Yeah. No blood in the vehicle. No blood in the vehicle.
All right. Do y'all want to watch?
Daniel Robinson, that's his dad, David, missing here in Arizona.
The rest of it, or do you want to talk about Sebastian? That's it. It was 11 minutes. We can go back and watch it again.
And guess who didn't get that? Who wasn't responsible for getting that? The national spokesperson. Had nothing to do with that. Isn't that shocking? Not.
We'll go back and watch it again. Here we go.
Community that refuses to give up, and neither will we.
Yeah, truly we. That is an incredible panel of people right there. That's an incredible panel of people. Every one of those. I like Derek. I think he's great. I think he's done some of the best coverage of Sebastian's case from his detective perspective. I think it was the name of his podcast. He's done great. Callahan, Elizabeth, like, wonderful panel.
We've assembled a team of experts who've dedicated their lives to solving cases and helping others. Derek Levasseur, you may know him from Big Brother, but he also has worked undercover with the FBI, DEA, and Secret Service. Elizabeth Smart, a survivor and advocate whose abduction recovery was made possible through America's Most Wanted. Payne Lindsay, whose investigative true crime podcast, Up and Vanished, has brought cold cases back into the national spotlight.
There it says cold. He's focuses on cold cases. That's cool.
And tonight's special guest, Callahan Walsh, a familiar face to America's Most Wanted. Callahan does incredible work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us. Let's get to our first case.
Did you see that right there? That comment on the screen that he pinned? These people are just absolutely freaking right there. Look at that. I hope America's Most Wanted is not stupid enough to buy the bullshit Edgar and KK are trying to sell them. It is so disrespectful, once again, to call them Edgar and KK. Their names are Chris and Katie. Where's the evidence? Since you're an Ivy League flight nurse and all, you would think brains would come with that title, right? Doesn't seem to.
Thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us. Let's get to our first case now. A missing child, Sebastian Rogers. On February 25th, 2024, Sebastian's mother said goodnight to her 15-year-old son. The next morning, Sebastian was gone.
I'm missing juvenile. Me right now, 3 blonde hair, my guys.
So now Spanky's going to go back through it and pick it apart.
I'm going to turn down. I'm going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants.
Every time I hear that for Sebastian and Summer Wells, I just get a pit in my stomach.
You know, that's not possible.
Just one out.
Sebastian
We're talking about
is tall and skinny, has a contagious smile, loves video games, loves cats.
Boundless amounts of energy. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods, you know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things. That's my son.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work.
Boy, that's the first thing she said. I have never seen two people change their looks as much in my life.
And of course, we got to start cutting on their looks and everything they say and their mannerisms.
I want to see what Edgar looks like when she says that there.
That's my son.
February
You know, these guys are experts in body language.
25th, the day before Sebastian went missing. Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, he laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock off.
Hold on. What'd you say? Okay, after dinner. Okay.
You got to go to bed. And he answered, yes, ma'am. I said, okay. And that was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian. The next morning, when I went in his room, he wasn't in his bed. After a minute or two, when I couldn't find him, I called Chris and I said, I can't find Sebastian. He's not in the house.
He's always looking down and looking over when she's talking. He's like, what is she going to say? What is she going to say? What is she going to say?
No, maybe he's just not comfortable being on TV. Maybe it's just how he presents. Maybe it has nothing to do with anything. Okay, I can't watch him for 2.5 more hours. You see where we're headed, okay? So then he plays his role. Let's carry on, though. Let's go further into the green team because we got more members. They all play their role. Remember, we're looking at the roles that the green team members play. Up next, Crime Time fucking Buzz. The biggest bullshitter of bullshitters around. Hey, Jay. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, I can't listen to Spanky anymore. Sorry, guys. I just can't. I can't stand him. He needs covered more often. I am very aware of that. But he absolutely grates my nerves. And I will say things that are very, very not very nice listening to that. I got through a lot of that previously. And I was so fucking angry. He is so condescending about the parents of a missing child and just the hatred that he has for them. But he does it to every group of parents. It's gross. So now we're going to go to Crime Time Buzz. She followed up Justin in the lineup of the green team. So we start off with Silver's on the scene 2 days before. Then we've got Smiley before the interview. Then we've got Justin, who reviewed the interview. Then we've got Crime Time Buzz. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Welcome in. So good to see you. We are going to watch America's Most Wanted episode as a family. Thank you for joining me. I know many of you got to see it because you're several hours ahead of me here in Arizona. It will be releasing for us in about 15 minutes and we will watch it together. I'm seeing in the chat that many of you are disappointed and upset. Let me tell you a little bit about the premise of what they intend for this show and what they hope it to be. So they really would like positive feedback. It doesn't have to be positive, but if you have feedback for them, Derek Lassier, is that how you say his name? He is looking for feedback because he really wants this show to take off, help people. There's so many armchair detectives out there, and that's really who this show, as we know, is directed to. Welcome in, everyone. It's so good to see you.
Armchair detectives. I think your arms have completely fallen off your chair. You remember you in the, oh my gosh, the Secret Service is in Tennessee. Oh my gosh, there's helicopters. You guys remember the interview with the neighbor that she did where she had to mute and then talk on the phone to the neighbor and then come back and supposedly give the neighbor's answers. And then she would mute again. You never heard the neighbor one fucking time. She has been such a cause of misinformation, but she is one of the green teams.
Be with you. I know some of you have already seen it. Oh, hold on one second. I had something pulled up that I wanted to share with you. I know many of you have seen it, but I'm so glad you're back here and we'll talk about it and all the little details. We'll watch it a couple of times. Absolutely, Robin. I agree. It's getting, I completely understand. Hello, Teresa Williams. I completely understand not impeding your investigation, but for Pete's sake, at least come out and speak of Sebastian, show Sebastian's face, say we're working on it, we're getting close, but we can't say anything. Whatever the case may be. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Hello, Texas Life, Julie. Bluegrass Meadows. All I need is Jesus. I'm trying to think. Don't say it out loud. I'm trying to think. Dee Dee. Why I'm not registering with me. All I need. You can tell me who Dee Dee is. Hello, Ashley. Breckmeyer. Perfect Pun, a.k.a. Hi, Whispering Winds. That's okay. We just got started. We just came in about 2 minutes ago. Hi, RKB. Suzanne M. So good to be with all of you. Hey, show poodles. It got Sebastian's name out to a whole new audience. Hi, Carolyn Miller. Deceptive detective. Okay, so let me go back to what you had said here. I'm hearing it was a bit disappointing. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, Gypsy. I moved it up a little bit once I realized you all had seen it and I was just waiting. Never mind. But anyway, glad to have you all here. I am seeing it for 7 p.m. the first time here in Arizona time. Good to see you too, Caroline Miller. Hi, Jules to Kelly. Always a pleasure. We should have much better sound. I have my MacBook. Yay. Yes, it's been horrible. 3 computers in 11 weeks, but I'm back to the one. I'm back to the one that I trust. I listened back to the video that I did today, and the sound is 100% better in my opinion. Oh, good, MCE. I'm so glad you're here. Yes, we're going to watch it together. And even for those of you who've seen it, maybe you watched it with someone else or you watched it alone, maybe I'll have a little bit different perspective, or my chat will. Hello, Creations by Kimber. Hi, C. Taylor. How are you? KP used Seth's words. Oh, what words were those? Hello, Astrology. Oh, good. Several of us are watching it. Welcome in, Astrology. We'll be watching it together. Hi, C. Taylor. Well, now you got me fired up there. It must be very disappointing. Hi, Michelle Scott. Hi, Sassy. Susan Nunya. Joe Bonjour. Mama Dukes. We are going to have an extra members live this week. I will announce it and let you know before our Saturday one. And since our Saturday one, I kind of want to touch base with you all. Lots to talk about. Lots of things that I'm kind of connecting in my head, a little bit. And I'm sure you all are too. You recorded it? Oh, good. So I think it's important we touch base and go over some things. Because hang tight at the end of this and we'll talk a little bit. I want to.
Okay, we're going to bump her forward.
One of the persons on the panel did a show on Sebastian, and their perspective was very different. We'll have to watch that together. But it wasn't accurate, in my opinion, aligned. Thank you, Beth. I will get back to it. Thank you so much for doing so. So we are going to have it. Let me watch my. Sorry, you all. It sounds like a fly just flew in. Hi, Ida Anthony. Alcoholic, good to see you. Beth Lake, I so appreciate you getting back to me. Hello, hello. It seemed very sugar-coated. Oh. Rather than laying it out, the facts, the situation out there. I do recall when I watched DL, Derek Lassiter, or however you say his name. He's a former, I think investigator, was with the FBI, different things that he's very, trained. He definitely said, in his opinion, the flashlights are something. But he kind of alluded when I watched his show several months back that it was Sebastian out there. So I'm hoping that didn't come forth today. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi. Kiki. Sorry. Hi, Kiki. How are you doing? We all do care about him. Is that what we're talking about? So good to see you. Hi, Karen Kellerman.
She's still going to go.
So Sebastian Rogers to see his bedroom.
Okay.
And nothing hurts. Nothing hurts. Did you guys say we don't see the bedroom? That was what I was very excited to see. Not just to be nosy, but that connection for people to be able to see and get connected emotionally to the case. And also Sebastian Rogers to see his bedroom, to see his family. That's important. Yes, I do know that they chose not to interview in their own home for personal reasons. And again, what personal reason? It's unbelievable. And that's all I can say, in my opinion. Every step of the way is like pulling teeth for.
So once again, pissed off about them not filming in their home. Who cares?
Cooperation for not doing something weird or odd, all in my opinion.
Who cares?
Okay. It's just not searching, in my opinion. It's just all weird. And I hope Sebastian isn't watching it. But, we're going to watch this show. Let me tell you the premise. Derek L. said that this is America's Most Wanted Missing Persons, and it's going to air before, and then afterwards is the regular America's Most Wanted. I did hear they only mentioned the $50,000 reward. I heard that. That's again, maybe we need to pull up. I'm going to pull up. Hold on. Let me do it while I'm thinking about it so I do not forget. I'm going to pull up his interview show on Sebastian. I forget what it's called, but there he is. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. So after this, we will watch Derek L's video. Now, there is also a podcaster on here that talks.
I'm going to bump her forward again.
Person cases. They will then.
She's just going to
team of experts who dedicate.
We're
First
not
thing in
going.
remembering that day is that Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so here we
I've
go.
already caught a couple of things. Have you?
We're gonna start picking apart.
You all? Oh my goodness. Okay, so just keep going on. I just wanted to let you all know. Very interesting that the very first thing in remembering that day is that Chris was in Memphis. Yes, there were other things that were said. Don't be mad. Yes, yes. Agreed. We're going to listen to it. We're going to listen to it twice. So right straight out of the gate, Linda, because again, we defend ourselves rather than it's my opinion. But it's a consistent pattern in this case. They came out of the gate and remember not wanting their last name given. Well, I'd give it to every human being in the world if my child was missing and it would help. I don't know, but I wouldn't have rules and boundaries. Let's keep going. Hi, Brandy. Hi, Real Me Too. Hi, Pippi.
I love that all these people that have never had a child go missing know exactly what they would do.
Started driving through the neighborhood. I was
They're
panicking.
experts.
I was looking everywhere. Like, where is he? What happened? Did he go with someone? Did someone take him? By the time I pulled into the...
We're going to bump it forward again because she is playing the interview. We're going to get to where she starts talking again because, of course, she starts criticizing them again. Hold on. Where am I at?
Children home.
Thanks to some tipsters, Elizabeth Smart.
Working with
Chris was in Memphis. I called.
any doorbell cam video that night.
We're just going to go to...
Wow, that dad. You can feel it. So we want to talk about theories now, Payne, and what might have happened with Sebastian. What are your thoughts?
I mean, here's his house. They searched miles outside of that neighborhood for days. Helicopter.
Okay. It would have... Here we go.
Yes. So I see what you mean now. It was short. There wasn't a lot of meat in there. There wasn't a lot of facts, right? But really, are there? That have been confirmed by law enforcement. It would have been nice to maybe hear the sheriff or lead detective speak. Well, I guess it's not that panel, right? That kind of thing. So Elizabeth Smart bringing up that she does not believe a 15-year-old would leave in the cold with no shoes on when he does not like fire ants.
I can see you, Beth.
Then a good point is Derek L. said, were the windows secure? Because we have heard that on another channel, Sweetie Pilo said, she said that her source, and I trust Sweetie Pilo's source, Sweetie Pilo's information. She's a good channel, good source.
So you trust Sweetie Pilo, but not this panel. Okay. So the panel's working off of facts from law enforcement, but Sweetie Pilo, you're going to believe. Okay. Make it make sense. Sweetie Pilo was also the source of a ton of misinformation in the beginning of this. Gotcha.
That her source right in the neighborhood tells her the window was open. The dining room window was open. So that's interesting. We've heard no sign of breaking and entering and all that. So here's what's interesting. Why was this? Did you notice that Seth's standing in his apartment
revival
with their normal life around him? Yes, we didn't get a view of the bedroom. Maybe because one family chose not to. They chose not to air the other. I have no idea. But I would have loved to have seen it. I would have loved people to Sebastian to seen it if he's watching. But Seth, he's in his own place. You can tell he's in his own place. There's something hanging on the wall. Sketching of he and
Janison Accounting. Do you want me to play that? Remember when we were watching the drainage pipe? Hold on. This is what Janison Accounting sent me. This is the night at the Roxbury thing. We're going back in a few minutes. So if you just came in, you're probably going to be confused.
Turns around and tips his hat like this. And who do you think that guy was? Right there. Emilio Escobar, the Mighty Duckman. I swear to God, I was there. Of course you were. You were the one who yelled the Breakfast Clubber's name. I was like, Emilio! So, anyway.
Emilio. Kind of similar to Silver's. Very much so. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Sweetie Pilo is alongside Donna Serafina. Yep, she is.
And Sebastian. And then the P-Foots have carried photos with them and have them laying on an island. They're probably, in my opinion, in an Airbnb or something. And I think, yes, we all have.
I didn't pull it up on my computer. I just pulled it up on my phone.
A right to
Sorry, I'm double dutying it here.
Comment on that because it's right in front of our faces. And my opinion is that's weird. There's so many weird things. There's so many not normal things. I watch her cry, and I you know, you want to feel bad, but I can't because she doesn't search. She doesn't go searching. She's not beating down the doors at the police station saying what's going on. Brandy, it could have been because the shadow was seen in the front, one of the front windows, and the dining room window is in the front. Now that came from Sweetie Pilo. She has a source that shared that with her. So I want to show you something because it's important. It is, let's see if I pulled it up yet. Here, I'll play this with you. My video for today, I'll play. Please go over and still give it a like. I just want to share it with those of you in here. If you'd be so willing to go over, give it a like, give it a watch, because I think it's an important message. While I'm pulling up Canine Jules' important video, buckle up, you can watch mine. The attention keeps going to him, on him, because he won't stop talking, in my opinion. This one, my friends, is something he posted that was shared on Facebook on April 11th. Christopher Proudfoot posted something that says, when a man accepts you and your child, that's not a stepdad. That's a father who stepped up. Respect that man. Lots going on with this message, in my opinion. First of all, when a man accepts you and your child, he is speaking to KP. So basically, he is saying, respect that man. So he is alluding that he is not being respected by KP. Problems in paradise. Second thing I have a problem with, the word man. A man protects. A man is accountable. A man stands up for what he believes in. A man is honest. A man acts with integrity. And actually, that's a human. A human does all of that. I have problems when we use the word man in here. A man who has a missing stepson who you've beaten with a belt, that's not a man. When you have a missing stepson, you've thrown away his items, and he has so few and no friends. That's not a man. That's a bully, in my opinion. A man who takes the snake that a child with no friends is bonded with. Animal therapy for autism. He gets rid of it. That's not a man, in my opinion. That's a bully.
Listen to this bullshit. Listen to her spew the bullshit.
A man doesn't stand in the front yard calling a child on the autism spectrum the R word. That's not a man. That's a bully. A man doesn't talk about himself for 14 months and not his stepson who is missing. That's not a man. That's a narcissist, in my opinion. We've got a lot of problems with the narrative, and I know that KP was home and there's issues there. But the more I see, the more I hear, we are looking at the issue, in my opinion. And you will have to watch the rest. You have to go over and watch the video to hear the rest. Thank you so much, Nicey Marie, for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome back, all of you. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to watch something about the landfill search. Well, first of all, we can also talk a little bit about the interview, but I want to show you a few other things, and then we'll go back to that interview. Yes, let me just give you my points on it before I change over. Derek, about the windows being secured. I felt like it was inferred that one of the flashlights could have been Sebastian and it wasn't clarified that he was carrying a little tiny trinket. And I'm glad that Payne said that it looks like foul play, and Derek L did agree. Yes, he did agree. Yes, they only mentioned the $50,000 reward, and they did say one thing. Callahan Walsh said is it's in an area with high foot traffic, and yet no one has seen him. No sightings. Lots of interesting information there because they're talking about it. And what else did they say here? Oh, Seth, that was heartbreaking to see. It just shows that it's just his heart, right? His heart and soul is missing, and you can see it. Absolutely see it. Thank you so much. Sassy gifted a membership. And if you, by chance, are one of the individuals who receives it, please thank her for her generosity. Thank you, my friend. I will be doing an extra live this week, and then we will also be doing one for members, an extra members live, and we will also do our regular on Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Welcome into the family, and thank you so much, Sassy. Very kind. Okay, let me play this. It's I think, very telling. And then after this video, we're going to look up what's being talked about. Okay, buckle up. Full credit to Canine Jules. What's the name of her? Let me get the correct name of her
okay,
channel.
You see what she's pushing? You see how the team's fallen into? I don't even have to correct this. You guys are doing it in the comment section. You know exactly what she's saying is bullshit. You know exactly why they're doing this. They continue this narrative. They continue to run with misinformation. She just does not care for these people and will continue to push whatever bullshit to discredit Chris and Katie. She is also the person that accused another YouTube creator who's a pastor in the local area of being involved in potential trafficking. She is reckless and with reckless disregard for the facts. She doesn't care, but she's playing her role. All right, ready? Switch it up. I'm kind of going heavy speed here, but it's important because the team members all play a role. They all play a significant role in how this goes, and they all work in tandem. So now what's next? Bullhorn Betty. Let's go.
Doing a live today on my YouTube channel.
And this, just so you guys know, we're in order. This is the 29th, the day after.
And it's going to be going over not just the America's Most Wanted information. We're going to be setting the stage before we go over to the America's Most Wanted clip from last night related to this case. It was about 10 minutes, and I'm absolutely confident all of the hate channels hated it, right? Because they're actively working to try to cover the butts of two people that have the most to gain and the most to lose by being complicit in this situation. So I anticipate a lot of bad actors, people that truly don't believe any of the experts, right? They don't believe any of the experts that ever say anything, right? It's all, well, why aren't they arrested yet? Why aren't they arrested yet? Well, anybody with a 5-year-old's brain can say that once you get to a certain extent, if you've been doing true crime for a long time, you will know if they don't make an immediate arrest, the chances of them making an arrest will not happen typically, especially in Tennessee without a body. So in Tennessee, the rule of thumb is just hide the body well, because the state of Tennessee really doesn't go looking for the children unless they can find the body. So with the lack of infrastructure in Tennessee, the fact that they can't use the normal data stuff that we here in Florida utilize a lot to find people, a lot of the children that are harmed by their parents or other people, if they can't find the body within a week, well, screw it. You know, the child's missing and they're not going to spend any of their money that they can't afford to spend because they don't have money. The state of Tennessee is broke. That's my it's either broke or they're just totally mismanaged. I don't know which. I really don't care. But we're going to be going over the America's Most Wanted clip, and we're also going to be providing supporting information because I'm going to make some bold stances on information based upon some of the statements made in the America's Most Wanted clip that we watched. I thought it was really good. A few of the things that are takeaways from the America's Most Wanted segment is that every single one of the experts that they brought up all agreed that there is foul play. This is the taboo language that Sumner County doesn't want us using because they're protecting, Chris and Katie. We can see it in every single move that they make, that they are assisting Chris and Katie as opposed to looking at them as persons of interest, even though Katie was the last person around her son and there's no evidence of him walking out of the home.
There's no evidence of foul play at this point in time. Everything's on the table too, but they got to stick to the talking points, right? They got to stick to the narrative.
A lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence that was washed away in the form of no evidence at all, which indicates to me somebody cleaned up.
Oh, so now we have a cleanup crew again. Sorry, my vacuum's running. I just walked in to get my charger. But now we are going with somebody washed up, somebody cleaned up. So we're adding another part back into it that there was a cleanup. And meanwhile, that would have left some sort of evidence in itself. And that isn't nothing that we've ever heard from law enforcement. But go on, Betty, tell us more.
And that is a process and a problem that I have, that somebody cleaned up a situation. But what we're going to do is we're going to be going through, we're going to set up to set the stage before we go into the America's Most Wanted segment. And then we're going to provide supporting information and dissect that supporting information that was utilized in their assessment of this case to state that this is foul play. Not only foul play, but they believe somebody known to him. And this is critical because we know that this child was isolated. We know that this child was only around family. We know that the stepfather was abusive and controlling and locked him down where he had no underwear, only diapers. He had no ability to listen to social media or anything. He was the controller. And by God, it doesn't matter what the mom said or what the father said. Sebastian needs to come and talk to the stepdad if he's going to get his privileges back, because he's just that controlling. I'm telling you, if any man like that treated me, my child, or the child's other parent like that, any person did that, I would tell him to sit down and shut the F up. And that's exactly what Katie and Seth should have told that man a long time ago. And they did not. So we're going to break it down and we're going to look at this, because it is my belief that whoever did this not only was known to Sebastian, but was ultra familiar with that home and that property. And we're going
of course, Betty's got a new spin for everybody.
to go over why
they just keep pushing it further and further, adding additional pieces.
I believe that. And if you listen to the neighbors from the beginning of this case, one thing you will hear over and over again is that they didn't have a lot of company come and visit with them. They didn't have a lot of company. So who would know this? And there is one critical light in a very specific spot on that property that lets me know it's somebody that is ultra familiar with that property. So much so they can move comfortably at night. This is not some third party that's never been there before.
Oh, it's not, huh? It's not. Betty knows all, right? Why weren't you asked to be a panel guest then? Why weren't you on that expert panel if you know all these things, Bets?
And we're going to...
Oh, wait, because the family has an RO on you for stalking and harassing them, but you're going to continue on this after you've already stated blatantly numerous times out of your own mouth that they harmed their child. Okay.
Break it all down for you today on YouTube on Bullhorn Betty's main channel. And that is going to be starting in about 30 minutes. So if you guys would like to come over there and join me over on YouTube, we're going to break down this case. But I know that the people here on TikTok, they have a short time span. You guys want all the information crammed into 3 minutes or less. Well, this live's not going to be crammed into 3 minutes or less. If you come over and join me on the Bullhorn Betty channel, please grab yourself something to eat, grab yourself a cup of coffee, and come over and hang out, because we're...
So, of course, that's her intro to her YouTube segment. She did a TikTok video and then she just added it to the beginning as her intro, like she always does for her upcoming YouTube. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oh, Betty.
Good morning. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. It's Tuesday. We made it through Manic Monday. Oh, good gracious. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty channel, where we are loud and proud.
Typical Betty fashion, opens up yelling.
Problematic women and men here fighting for the truth.
At least she admits that she's problematic. Hey.
In our cases.
Our cases. Our cases. Your case? Your grand jury indictments that are about to come? Oh, Bets, are you going to be a felon?
So we've got the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's a 15-year-old autistic boy when he disappeared from his home on February 25th, 2024, and has not been seen or heard by a third party since around 6:30, 6:25 in the evening on the 25th. On the 26th, first thing in the morning, probably about 6:33 in the morning, a phone call came in that forever changed this community's world. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was missing. He has since turned 16. There's no evidence he ever walked out of his home. There's no evidence that he was seen by a third party or picked up on cameras. However, what was picked up on cameras that evening is two known flashlights or unknown flashlights, unknown people with flashlights walking through a common area on the side of the Proudfoot's home and leading to a vehicle. Those images had been enhanced. We see blobs. We saw a blob carrying something to a car. The blob and the stature appear to be very specific people that we all are known to. Before we start getting into the case of Sebastian Rogers and the America's Most Wanted, I'm going to say hi to you, and then we're going to take a few moments and learn a little bit about a very highly disturbing case here in the state of Florida. And it leads right into our domestic violence avocation. If you are in a domestic violence type of situation, please get help now. Get out now. Leave everything behind and leave. The most dangerous time in any domestic violence situation, whether it's for a man or a woman, is when they are leaving the domestic situation. So you need to have a plan in place. But my biggest statement I can say is when you have an opportunity to leave, you leave. You cut ties. That means all of your belongings, all of your prized possessions, right? Are those prized possessions worth your life? Sometimes you need to break it down just like that. Is it worth your life? If you have an opportunity to go to the grocery store with your children, don't stop. Keep going. Keep going. If your significant other is very familiar with your family, find extended family or friends they don't know about. Somebody will be willing to help. If you can't find help through family or friends, there are organizations that will help hide you and get you safe. If you have questions, please reach out to Bullhorn Betty at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com.
Please do not, unless you want to be doxxed and your name put out there, because she tells everybody who emails her, and she's currently in a court case, that whoever is giving her information could come to light. Just be very aware. If you reach out to her, your chances are she's going to put it out.
This is going to bother a lot of my parents here. Right here. This is where we're going to be going next. So since we already have a lot of people in chat, I'm just going to start with Sonia. We got Chaos Bunny in the house, then Sonia and the Real Me Too. I know B Betty fan and the rest of the mod squads around here somewhere, whether they're in the bushes or out here saying hi to you. So a big shout out to my mod squad. Please don't forget to tell my mod squad thank you. They have been through hell and back with me just to support this channel, and they deserve a lot of love and appreciation as well, because they sometimes go through more than I do. I tune it out. They have to deal with it. So thank you to all my mod squads for being here. We have Shauna. It's nice to see you. Lori, Denise, Sadie from across the pond saying, I believe it's 100% foul play. I agree with you. Our beautiful Outer Banks, Josie in Australia. It's nice to see you. VA, it's good morning to you. Our beautiful Melanie is up in the house. Common sense, a big dose of it this morning we're going to need. So good morning to you. Rain, good morning. This is the Breaks. It's nice to see you as well. Caroline, good morning. Who else do we have? Jacqueline, it's nice to see you. Me and you. Karen, good morning.
Let's bump her forward.
Mary, it's nice. The lights, I think they only showed a little bit. We'll go through it a little bit. I agree with you, but it's still a talking point. It's still on there in front of people that have never heard about this case, that are going to be plugging in and learning a little more about Sebastian Rogers' case. They brought up a lot of theories, and I understand why they brought up a lot of theories. It's because there's nothing solid right now. And, when you're talking about a case, just like we talk about a case on this platform, we, especially at the very beginning, the first time we touch it, we spit out, 6 to a baker's dozen theories out there. And through our processes, we start, once we start getting more information, we're able to eliminate this, we're able to eliminate that, we're able to eliminate this. So they, as a America's Most Wanted, are not in the position to eliminate possibilities. They're only able to provide, based upon all of the factual information, what could possibly happen. So to be honest with you, in the 10
Oh, Betty eliminates possibilities. I forget. Betty is better than the panel of experts that they had on there. Oh, we just all got to know where Betty stands. Don't forget.
minutes or 12 minutes segment that they had designated to Sebastian, I think they were able to be very impactful in the limited time slot that they had available, in my opinion. I would have loved to hear more of the interview with Seth and more of the interview with the mom and the stepfather. We don't get that opportunity because they cut it all to hell, as you guys could tell. So hopefully maybe in a time in the future, they might be able to release the whole interview to the world. We don't know if and when they will be willing to do that, but I know public pressure of releasing the entire interview does help. That's how we were able to get the WSMV video that was more, their segment was only like 3 minutes, and then they ended up putting the entire interview out to the world because of the overwhelming request to do so, and they did. So sometimes you can, if a lot of people reach out, it could help them release more of that interview. But again, it's America's Most Wanted. Would they be willing to do that? I don't know. Must have got lost. It's nice.
So all of you can pick it apart and go over their body language and mock them some more. Yeah, hopefully they don't.
Nice to see you, Adriana. It's nice to see you. I think I said hi to you, Lisa B. Always, but if I didn't, good morning. D. Green, in my opinion, though, I'm glad it was on America's Most Wanted. I feel it was too short and they didn't have all the info. I agree. But I think it was good. They did cover a lot. So we're going to go ahead and move on in because we're already 22 minutes into the show. Everybody that I missed and I wasn't able to say hi to you, good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Bullhorn Betty. This is the Bullhorn Betty channel where we try to break down these cases. We're provided very limited information. Deductive reason.
And every one of these clowns used his name in the title. Every one of them, because what they're hoping for is that America's Most Wanted brings a whole new group of people to this case that will come to YouTube, look up his name, and they will be the channels that they land on. So this is like they're all hoping that there is new fish swimming in their ponds that they can reel in with their bullshit. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Every one of them is trying to do it. It's disgusting.
Reasoning, problem solving, as well as common sense to help weed us through the sea of misinformation and disinformation to find.
By the way, when has Betty ever had common sense? Anybody?
And the true facts of cases. We have a great.
The true facts. The true facts. The only criminal case is yours. You want to tell your new audience that there, Bets, that you have got ROs for stalking and harassing the parents because of your poor behavior? You should have opened with that. Introduce yourself fully. I am the creator that oversteps every boundary and has an RO from the family because I don't know when to stop.
Batting average on this channel, despite what you may have heard from other people's channels. We typically go out boots on the ground and acquire a mass amount of information from the locals and the people involved in these cases, either on the outskirts or literally right on in.
Look at this reintroduction of who she is. Betty, you want us to write your introduction for you? We could. Filled with bullshit. The left tit is a constant tripping hazard. OSHA needs to be contacted. She could get workman's comp for that shit because that poor left titty's hanging low all the time. She will do nothing but accuse you, call the missing child, the victim, defective. She constantly degrades the parents of missing children or the victims. She is disgusting, propaganda pusher, rhetoric, likes to hang out with the Proud Boys, loves to scream into bullhorns, and clutches her pillow at night. She can also be found behind Chili's on her knees. Any other things that we should include? Basically, a bunch of bullshit. She's got a rap sheet longer than my fingernails. And for those of you that don't know, supposedly I have really long hooker nails. They're really not that long, but Betty's record sure is. But she likes to say they're just charges, not convictions. Well, you have a pending case coming up that the grand jury will be looking at because you have 6 violations of the protection order as of right now.
This is a case that I got involved in after Riley Strain because there were some things that weren't right, and I was praying almost on a daily basis that what I was seeing and what I was feeling was not going to be accurate, that there's no way the mom and the stepfather could have done something to a child, that this is a horrible misunderstanding.
Pika, what are you doing? You need to be taking a break. You and Chico have been going. I mean, I love to see you here, but girl, you don't have to. Your fingers got to be, you do so much. Thank you.
Understanding, and here we are 14 months later, and there's nothing more in my mind than just wanting to make sure that the mom and stepdad are held accountable for their actions, because we see. And once you know, and they're trying to make us believe that what we're seeing and what we're hearing is not the truth. They are trying to be illusion.
They're actually really short right now. Hold on, I'll turn my camera on. Don't be scared. I don't even know what I look like right now. My hair is in a ponytail, so don't expect too much out of me. They're actually really short this time. Because I was fishing. They're not even that long right now. But they're black like my soul.
And disillusionists. They're delusional, period. These people that they're working with are delusional to think that this child just walked out of the home despite all of the information law enforcement has given us to the contrary. But we know this child did not walk out of his home. So this is the case that I wanted to touch base with you on. This happened in Florida. This is a really sad story of a 3-year-old that was walking around an apartment complex that had dried blood on her face.
So I'm going to bump it forward because she's going to kind of go back and forth here a little bit. We're going to go here. Oh, she's playing Smiley. Let's go back here.
Saying here, she's not going to go anywhere for this. This is malicious prosecution. And Seth, if you are watching, you or Tony, I hope you guys take her to the woodshed. Allow you to be at their establishment.
Here we go.
See her with all the cameras, So, and I know Seth didn't, because we're both sitting back there scratching our head, like wondering who they were talking about. Like, don't worry, if they got her gone, they kicked her out. And it was because she was being, using abusive language. She told several people she wanted to get close enough to me to punch me in my face.
Oh, let's back that up even further so you guys can know who she's talking about.
That this robbery happened in your state, but I'm filing the report because I represent all victims of robbery. So I'm going to file the report, and you're going to act on my behalf, and I'm going to go to court and testify against a guy that robbed Lisa B. Always in a completely different state. So this truly effed person from Texas that's suing Seth is trying to say she has standing because she's a representative of ADA. She has no standing. She's not associated with any other person. And by her going to a private business, and which none of us even spoke to her, everybody was telling me there was a crazy lady with a camera. And I'm like, where? I'm looking around. And they're like, the girl with the white hair. I'm like, there's a lot of people with white hair. Who are you talking about? Like, you didn't see her with all the cameras? I'm like, no, I didn't see her with all the cameras, So, and I know Seth didn't, because we're both sitting back there scratching our head, like wondering who they were talking about. Like, don't worry, if they got her gone, they kicked her out. And it was because she was being, using abusive language. She told several people she wanted to get close enough to me to punch me in my face. People aren't going to stick around for that. And people are not going to allow you to be at their establishment when you're being abusive and looking for a fight. So there was all justifications to throw her out. But anyways, the long story short is she's basically saying, I represent ADA. I'm from Texas, don't know these people, but I'm going to file a suit on their behalf. That's what she is basically saying here. She's not going to go anywhere for this. This is malicious prosecution. And Seth, if you are watching, you or Tony, I hope you guys take her to the woodshed, lawfully and legally, just like Dog the Bounty Hunter says, right? Because this is malicious. She has no standing, and this is malicious prosecution. So I hope part of your motion to dismiss is also for punitive damages, because she's done this for nothing more than try to make a name for herself at the expense of a father that has a missing child. She has no standing. She has no merit to her case, and she's not associated with anybody she's saying she's representing. And she doesn't have a contract with Sebastian Rogers, which is an underage kid. She can't represent him. If his mommy and daddy ain't representing him, she's got no standing to represent him. She's a complete buffoon with mental issues that she's wrote books about. She's not disabled. She's mentally effed up. Plain and simple. So that's enough for that. And I just wanted to make sure you guys had that information. Now we are officially rolling into the show. Here's the back information that you guys need to hear.
Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Heading to being juvenile, 1008 Pepper Court, 1008 Pepper Court, Harrisville. Caller advised this morning was that a 15-year-old girl was not in the bed. Medium white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
Just one around.
47. I asked call data to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Break. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
It is.
Central to 47-180 Warren 12. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in a Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infinity.
I'm in the area. Check one health out, just seeing. You can take me off the assist wire. I'll be around till you missing juvenile. Next big track back up. Going to the construction site over here back towards the beach.
Smiley. She's playing Smiley.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. David, this is all dry, hard pants. I do have some.
All this shows is that there was an incredible response, but do you think that they're okay with it? No. Let's go to where she starts. Oh God, I forgot about this part. We got to play it.
Right there where you're standing.
Hey, Andrea, thank you, love.
I pointer lover. I don't either. My feeling on it right now is that it's not good. And the reason I say that is because it just seems very intentional. It seems very ridiculous, if you're asking me. I personally have not given it any gravity and won't until I see like court stuff come through. I think it's a distraction that is just so unnecessary. And once again, it's another thing of like involving the parents of a missing child in what? Like, what is the hope that's going to be accomplished out of it? That's the problem I have with it. It just seems weird, if you're asking me. I have nothing else about it, though.
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. My shoes, the next one straight into the pond. The next led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, but you see me, I'll bring it around. There's a few footprints in some of the softer dirt. Headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Stroke 47, what size shoes do you wear? Size 10. 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford now, please.
So that was courtesy of Smiley's Stories World. If you haven't had an opportunity to check out Smiley's Stories World, please consider doing that. Now, we have the full episode, if I can get this thing to work, the full episode of the America's Most Wanted. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to clear all this stuff up because it just lags my system out when I have too much open. So we're going to go through this, but we're not going through all of it. There's only certain key pieces of information that I want to hear. And one, okay, let's go back right there.
Sorry, I'm too loud. We are right now, 3 banter, but I'm going to try down. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. You know, that was possible.
All right, let's get past that.
Less amounts of energy. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods, you know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things. That's my son.
Look at him. Okay. He's talking about Sebastian. He's talking, his whole entire commentary is about his son. This man has been put through a meat grinder. He's been called a pedo, a murderer, an artist, right? An essayer. All of these horrible things that affect him at his job at the jail. What do you think people in prison do to pedos? Right? They tried. Hey, who's your mama? It's nice to see you. They tried to destroy this man. Do you think he comes up on any interview and says, "Oh my gosh, you know, the opinions of people, of course we're getting attacked. You know, I'm getting attacked on a daily basis. I've been called this. I've been called that. I've been done this, and this." You think you hear that from this man right here? If you don't know who this man is, this is Seth Rogers. This is dad. This is Sebastian's dad. This is the only person that has been searching for him since the day he disappeared. Law enforcement gave up. The mom and stepfather gave up before the case even started. They ran away from home. But this man right here has been there through thick and thin, through hell or high water, unearthing any and all information related to his son. And he still has the ability to speak highly of his son and keep it focused on his son. You're truly going to see two different personalities on here.
They never ran away from home, as we all know. Once again, a lot of this I don't have to correct because you guys know. If you have questions, let me know. The credit that they give to this man, well, he says that he has only searched XYZ like 4 different times and he hasn't searched since April, is ridiculous. While they continue to cut Chris and Katie down, it's the sides, it's the optics, it's the back and forth playbook of what they're doing. Nothing has changed in 14 months. I want to be very specific on that. There has been nothing new that's came out that these YouTube detectives have uncovered that has helped find Sebastian in any way, shape, or form. There just isn't. And the way that they lift him on a pedestal while cutting Chris and Katie down on everything that they say, do, every breath they take is absolutely astonishing. But Betty has, especially now, considering that she's got ROs and they're going to the grand jury, she will do anything and everything to constantly harass this family, even though a judge basically told her to shut the fuck up, that this family didn't exist to her anymore. She has continued to do everything. I never say never. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Chris and Katie, they say that they mock Sebastian. They mock the way he runs. They mock the way he talks. They mock the way he dances. I didn't see that from them either. I think some of the things that, I mean, people had an issue with how Seth said, you know, he pranced like a deer, which okay. I mean, everybody can pick it apart to what they want to see too. Some of this stuff, it's like, if you were in those shoes, I don't know. Is it weird? But him speaking highly, telling the stories about going to the shower, I guess, is that speaking highly? Like, I don't know. It's the hypocrisy. It's the back and forth of, if Chris and Katie say something, they are completely torn apart. But then Seth can go say, like, he's prancing like a deer. You see what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it will never add up to me because we have no evidence that they're involved. Sorry, Hank's bitching. Hold on. You want to see what he's doing? Can you imagine? What is he doing? What are you doing? Oh, wrong way. Are they in your kennel again? Did your friends take your kennel again? I'm sorry. I have nothing to do with this. They think when you're not in there, they love it. Okay? He's telling them off, and he's trying to make sure that you guys all know that he's pissed off about them being in his kennel. He's trying to get you guys to feel sympathy for him. Okay? Poor Hank, right? Poor fucking Hank. He just wants them out of his space. That's it. That's all. And then as soon as they get out, he won't go in there. He'll go in there for 2 seconds, sniff around, and then he'll go on his business. See, he just wants to, poor Hank. Like, can somebody send the ASPCA? Poor Hank is being abused by the kitties. And they slap the ever-loving shit out of him too. Like, they don't give a shit. They put him in his place. They're like, whatever. Yeah. Now he's chasing the vacuum around. Yeah, he doesn't want to share, okay? Hank is a toddler. He is not at the sharing stage. He doesn't understand that sharing is caring. He don't give a fuck about these asshole cats. As you can tell, he just does not. He doesn't give a shit. He says, no. This is my territory. They are rude. I mean, seriously though, look at these faces down here. Hold on. And of course it's these two. They look like they're in a jail. Look at him looking at Hank too. He's trying to get Bella to feel sorry for him now too. Look how big he is compared to Bella. When we first got him, they were the same size. Oh, you want to tell your friends how sad you are? You want to tell your friends how sad you are? Poor Hank. Yep, it's those two, of course, too. All right, back to this. The Hank show. The Hank show, per usual.
One that is seeking a child and one that is trying to pose as there's nothing to see over here. And you see it clear as day in this America's Most Wanted missing persons footage.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I...
It's so important to make sure he was at work. Isn't it funny how they want to make sure he is the furthest person away, yet he's the only person that has never provided us his alibi. Katie's provided us her alibi. Seth has even produced work records, like physical work records to show his alibi to the world. But these two people are elusive. Chris and Katie Proudfoot are elusive. Why? She was the last person to...
I wouldn't say that Seth willingly provided those work records, though, which to me is odd. Again, law enforcement has Chris's work records, and that's the only place that needs them. Seth has played a whole public PR campaign about things. So again, law enforcement has all of the records that's needed. It's not up for you guys. You don't need those records. But of course, there's Betty.
To see her son alive, and you are looking at the images. Her and her alone. Now, mind you, this woman is military trained. She's retired Navy, and she has MMA training, mixed martial arts training. I want you guys to understand who
Where's the receipts on that?
Katie Proudfoot is. She is a strong woman that knows what she is doing. Highly educated, military trained. She knows how to protect herself, how to protect her son. She doesn't need a man to help her. She could probably take Chris down. Probably why she doesn't have more bruises on her than she does. Just a thought.
Wow. Wow. What? Betty, you would think that the 23rd's coming up pretty fast and that you would be a little bit more careful. But here you are. Oof.
Thought.
Went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, he laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you gotta knock it off and you gotta go to bed. And he,
wow, that is like the 5th or 6th rendition of that very specific event. Now, mind you, this is the last time she's ever spoken to her son again, according to her statement. And she can't remember the last words spoken to him or him spoken to her because they keep.
It's all the same. It's all everything she says is all the same. Variations of it. Okay, who cares? It's all the same. It doesn't change anything.
Changing from interview to interview. This specific statement changes. I want you to pay attention to this man right here. This man right here. I want you to now start going back to all of the interviews that they do. All of them. The one thing you will always see Chris do is side-eye Katie when he's sitting next to her and she's speaking. He side-eyes her. He is literally taking his eyes and watching her lips. He's doing it here too. And I want you guys to pay attention to it because he does this in every single
I don't know how he could see her lips when he's looking downwards, but sure. They're sitting side by side, but he's looking at her lips, right? I didn't know his eyes could turn that far while he's looking down. Okay, sure, Betty. Betty knows all. Meanwhile, she wasn't invited to take part in that panel.
Interview. And to me, it gives the appearance that he's making sure she's sticking to the script. Watch him. And then go back and compare it to other interviews for yourself.
So once again, green team picking apart this interview. They're not happy with anything. And who's their lead? Well, Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis. And guess who packages Seth Rogers and gives access to all of these green team members? In order to have access to Seth, you have to go through Tony Mathis. That's why he is the face of our train. Because in order to gain access to Seth, you have to do what Tony expects. That's how you get access to Seth. Tony likes to think and make it seem like Seth is in charge. He's the boss, right? They all inflate that. Oh, Seth's in charge. Do you really think that all these people think that Seth's in charge? Or are they just playing their role so they have access to the vulnerable grieving father, as they call him, Seth Rogers? So again, Tony Mathis is a salesman of sorts. And I hate to say it, but Seth Rogers became his package that he is selling. And it's really sick because they tell us he's a vulnerable grieving man while they sit and, in my opinion, exploit that man. And yes, he is willing to allow it to happen too, which is really fucked up.
His eyes right here. They're right here. They're not looking down this way. They're looking over this way. And he does that a lot in these interviews.
he answered, yes, ma'am. I said, okay.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes.
That was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian. The next morning, when I went in his room, he wasn't in his bed. After a minute or two, when I couldn't find him, I called Chris and I said,
now it's down to a minute or two. The original statement was 3 minutes. Then on Chronicles of Olivia, it was a minute flat. Now it's 2 to 3 minutes, or 1 to 2 minutes.
I can't find Sebastian. He's not in the house.
I got off of work and I had a text message from Sebastian's stepfather. I said, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but
that is not what he said. I don't know how to tell you this. No, his very first word was, don't be mad. Don't be mad. Your son is missing.
Sebastian's missing. I headed straight over to their house.
I started driving through the neighborhood.
Seth was contacted before law enforcement was even contacted. His phone was in his truck. He was contacted at 6:22. Law enforcement was contacted at 6:33. They did contact him, but they were dragged through the mud of why didn't they contact his father? Why didn't they do that? Well, they did. And then that wasn't enough either when that came out.
I was panicking.
We're going to move on from this one soon too, because I think you're getting how this all went, how the team goes into action one by one to discredit and completely smear the parents of a missing child. And the next one is especially foul that we're going to watch.
I was looking everywhere. Like, where is he? What happened? Did he go with someone? Did someone take him? By the time I pulled into the school, Christopher was already telling me to turn around because the authorities were on their way.
As a matter of fact, 8 seconds before 911 was called, she was on Kellen. She was on Kellen because we have an image of her in her car with no window roll down, no phone in her hand. Now, granted, she could have Bluetooth. It could have been going on in the car. But she's lying here because she says she was at the school when she was told to turn around and go home. But that is not true. She was on the road 8 seconds before that call came in her own neighborhood. So I'm pretty sure law enforcement knows that that information is inaccurate because they know exactly when she pulled into the school. They watched her drive all the way back toward Worsham.
And you know what? Law enforcement has all the cameras in the neighborhood, knows exactly where Katie was. They also have the GPS on her car. Her car also has a system that has cameras in it. If they had any issues with her behavior or her actions, law enforcement would be doing something about it. So until we have evidence from law enforcement, I have no problems with anything in this situation. But they're going to find them.
And then all of a sudden, a minute or two later, she is flying like a race car driver through the school. Now, mind you, there could have been kids there, but she didn't care. Driving like a bat out of hell and back to the house. It was.
And now you care, the one that live streams constantly distracted driving, you care about kids in the area. So she wasn't doing enough to find her son, but now she should have been watching for everything else, not looking for her son. Can you pick a fucking lane, Betty? You can't have it both ways.
A little wild.
They used helicopters, they used drones, they used ATVs, horseback.
An extensive search didn't yield one significant lead or even
an extensive search. I want you guys to listen to that. An extensive search that didn't produce one single lead.
They used helicopters, they used drones, they used ATVs, horseback.
An extensive search didn't yield one significant lead or
not one significant lead. A child leaves home barefoot and not one speck of his scent left anywhere. I want that to resonate in your brain.
Even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video. Days later, investigators combed through a landfill, still saying they had found nothing.
We do not believe they found nothing. I truly believe nothing led to the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, exactly what they said. Nothing to lead to his whereabouts. But we went back and we've analyzed several videos from this day from a bunch of different reporters that were at this Kentucky landfill. We went back and analyzed their footage and analyzed their statements. And it is my belief. Oh, Lady for Justice, thank you. I'll come to a stopping point right after this little piece here, and we'll thank everybody that's sponsored the show. So I appreciate all your love and support. Know that 100% of your donations in this chat, as well as on the PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and GoFundMe, are 100% going to attorney fees and only attorney fees because they're pretty expensive. But I wanted to say here that this landfill, I do believe, after reviewing all the footage of the news reporters, that there was something that they took. They did take something out of that landfill. We don't know what, but there were items removed. Okay. I believe that 100% above anything else. These, there was something, I don't know what, because there was two different reporters, two different ones that indicated law enforcement taking what they found for processing. And so that tells me that something came out of that landfill. I don't know if it's a mattress. I think a mattress, is that criminal theory in action? Thank you for that question. It could be. Now, understand that I don't have a crystal ball and I don't know, but the way everything sounded is it didn't sound like it was a large item. It sounded.
They said they found nothing of significance.
Like it was something smaller, garbage, like that could be bagged up. But again, I'm not out there. We don't know what they have. We do know that there was a mattress in their garage, and that alleged mattress is supposed
that was delivered after he went missing.
To be for Faith, allegedly, or something to that effect. Or
she knows exactly, but she is acting stupid.
Or that was a new mattress for Sebastian's bed. Allegedly, he kept wetting. Maybe they needed to replace it. I don't know. It's a little sus to me. But I do believe they did garner something out of this.
Even though law enforcement has stated on their website even that there was nothing of significance found.
Because I never understood why they didn't stay there and go through it more. And it's my opinion, they either found what they were looking for or they thought they were going to find something else and didn't want to keep looking for it. But I have to believe that if law enforcement was looking for something specific,
even though law enforcement told you exactly what they found and it was nothing, but sure, carry on.
And they still had a mountain of stuff to go through, they would have went through that mountain of stuff to find that something. So by them being done after day 3, I feel like they found what they were looking for. I'm sorry, I just do.
We have nothing.
She is such a menace. Such a menace. Okay, let's skip forward. I'm about done with the team, but you can see how they all got their talking points. You see how similar they all are and how they all went into action after this interview dropped. You see how this all played? Well, welcome to the Vile show, the Lolly show.
Watch the channel grow, and I appreciate everyone so much. I would much rather be with y'all here than going out and finding a part-time job. So thank you. Y'all are helping me in a way that I don't know that I could ever express my gratitude for. Let's see here. Okay, so America's Most Wanted. To say I was disappointed would be a stretch. I was highly disappointed because I know it was allotted a certain time slot, a certain amount of time on it, but I do think more words could have been said, better words could have been said. But at the same time, I wasn't expecting a lot from the mom and the stepdad, so that really didn't surprise me that we didn't get a lot. Or did we? There was a few things that really stood out to me, and it was kind of like, oh my gosh. So we're going to talk about those few things. I'm going to play here in just a second. We're going to go over that. And I'm going to stop and talk about it so that, yeah, that's it, Holly. It was mainstream TV. I just thought there would be more about Sebastian. You know, they filmed his room, but yet they didn't show it. So, yeah, L. Kennedy, that's what I'm thinking too. I've heard it's a 3-part thing.
Another one that has to point out about the room. See how they all just in order, they know what to say.
So I'm kind of hoping for more, but we'll see. Oh, almost, didn't she, Teresa? Almost, she was so close. But it just didn't happen. Hey, Miss Janice, thank you for being here with us. Everybody that's here listening, thank y'all for being here. I appreciate everyone so much. Make sure to hit that thumbs up for us. If you don't mind, if you haven't become a member, we would love to have you. It just helps our channel so much. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe and join us. And then, you know, we have a great chat here. Jump in with your thoughts. We would love to have it. Yeah, MCause. We're going to speak about that in just a minute. Just a minute. And matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that because I want to make sure y'all have an image in your head that I have. And guys, I'm really not making fun of people, but I couldn't resist this one.
Oh, not making a mockery once again and shaming the parents of a missing child, are we? That wouldn't be a green team specialty, would it?
Who seems to think he favored Fred Flintstone? Fred Flintstone. I couldn't help it.
This is one of Smiley's buddies, Lolly Beautifully Broken. She is a wannabe green team member who is a pick-me green team member. She is a special vile one.
The hair.
I've reviewed her quite a few times. I reviewed her 2 nights ago. If you want to go watch that when we're done here, it's very heavy and gross though, so be prepared.
Just the look. I couldn't get past Fred Flintstone. There's a few other things we're going to talk about. First, let's go ahead and get that playing. Let me get a banner up for copyright purposes because we will be using this under the Fair Use Act. So we can learn, we can commentate, and we can make our comments known because we all have the right to have our opinion.
And all of these people work in tandem. So their chat is basically the same. It doesn't vary much. It's all the same people that go from chat to chat, spewing the same bullshit, same speculation, same rumors. It's all the same. Wash, rinse, repeat. They cultivate their crowd. They keep them going. So one goes live, the next goes live. They do it in tandem, especially after interviews like this drop. And that's what we're seeing here. This is all in order.
So here we go. Let me share this. All right, guys, here we go. I'm going to make this bigger so we can all see it because there's a few things I'd like for y'all to actually see.
Isn't that ironic? If you call her Brittany, though, you are using her full name and it's intimidation. Yeah, you'll never make sense of the shit that people do. They get pissed about her being called BJ Wheelby, and then they call Katie KK and Chris Edgar. Make it make sense. You can't. You just can't.
Good evening. I'm Harris Faulkner, and this is America's Most Wanted Missing Persons, a new show following the lead of the iconic true crime series. We have one mission: to bring missing loved ones home. Every person you'll see on the screen tonight has someone waiting for them. A parent, a child, a friend, a community that refuses to give up, and neither will we. We've assembled a team of experts who dedicated their lives to solving cases and helping others. Derek Levasseur, you may know him from Big Brother, but he also has worked undercover with the FBI, DEA, and Secret Service. Elizabeth Smart, a survivor and advocate whose abduction recovery was made possible through America's Most Wanted.
Contagious smile. Love.
We're going to skip forward.
Father.
Oh, wait. She does talk.
Contagious smile. I agree with that. Both of those. But at the same time, you can hear the separation with Katie's description. She separates her emotional side and just gets technical when it comes to her son. Seth, on the other hand, tells us who Sebastian is,
Because this isn't about them. This is about awareness of Sebastian. So the forefront would be Sebastian. So she is going to remove her emotional state because she wants awareness out there for Sebastian. She's going to separate her emotions and it being about her so she can get awareness out there for Sebastian. You fucking idiot. This one's especially stupid too. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. She is stupid.
His spirit is like, what his soul is like, what every ounce of that child is like. So I thought I would do that. Here we go.
Did you guys know that they did this back to back to back after that interview, before that interview? Did you know that this is how they maneuver? I know some of you guys don't watch these guys, so this might be shocking to you to see it one after another of how they've dissected the same talking points. But I think you're seeing a pattern of how they maneuver. They spread the same speculation, the same rumors. This is exactly what they do time and time again. And it's continued too.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, we laid down. I heard.
Wait a minute. What? Let's just go back just a tad to make sure we're all hearing the same things here, okay? We'll go back right here.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work.
Well, let's get our priorities straight, folks. Let's make sure we get our priorities in order. Chris was in Memphis that day. Well, actually, that's another lie, or was what Mr. Chris told us a couple weeks ago the lie?
And wouldn't you know what's really interesting about that, Michelle, is that she was one of the last. She's the tail end of the team. She is truly a liability to them. So it goes through these other channels before. Even Lady Freedom Raw Narratives, she's higher up on the totem pole with the green team right now, and Seth, than BJ is. She is considered a liability. That's why they are entertaining her with the drama, and they keep her doing that because she can't handle this. And I'll show you an example of that before we end out today.
It's always been he was in Memphis, but a couple weeks ago he said, here's one for you. I was not in Memphis. I was actually in Mississippi, where his trailer, his camper was. So did he forget to rewrite the script for Katie? Because right here just shows us her number one priority is making sure Chris has an alibi on national news.
So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, he laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock it off. I got to go to bed. And he answered, yes, ma'am.
So I want to know, did anyone hear we went to bed around 9 o'clock? Or did you hear he went to bed? I'll go back just a little bit so we can rehear that. Because
and you see how each one of them, it's the basic same talking points. I think you guys have been able to see that, like how much they feed off of each other. And then each one adds their special twist of stupid onto it and takes it a little further than the one did before. They each get a little bit more brave about how far they're willing to take it.
I have a hard time making out whether she's saying he or we.
O'clock, we laid down.
We laid down.
I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock it off and you got to go to bed. And he answered, yes, ma'am. I said, okay. And that was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian.
Yes, SL. We laid down. Guys, listen one more time. Some say they hear he. I say we. Let me get it right. Let's start right here. Listen close.
Kitty Coo, unfortunately, I find a lot of the crazies. I have a knack for these personalities. Not really. I got a migraine too.
Those folks.
At work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse. After dinner, right around 9 o'clock, we laid down. I heard a noise in his room. I said, I don't care what you're doing, but you got to knock it off and you got to go to bed.
Oh, by the way, I'm in big trouble because I did 7 hours after returning from vacation yesterday. I guess that I should have asked for permission in order to stream for 7 hours. Meanwhile, I had nothing else to do. My laundry is done. My bags were unpacked. My house is cleaned. Groceries were ordered. Dinner was cooked. My kids were taken care of. But I guess I should have asked for permission, and people are flipping their fucking lids that I came back and did a 7-hour live stream after vacation. I was rested and refreshed. You should try taking a week off. You might have energy so you don't fall asleep. Seriously, try it sometime. Go to bed at night. Go on vacation. Go do something else. You might have 7 hours so you don't have to have a panel of idiots that sit there and have to make fucking noises while you pass the fuck out. For God's sakes, if that panel's going to have a fucking issue with me going on vacation and returning and doing a 7-hour live stream because you're doing some fuckery, go take a vacation. Instead, you sit on a panel and you have to make noises like this because somebody's fucking snoring. How embarrassing that grown adults have to make sound noises to cover for somebody passed out on the stream. Hey, you do you, though. You continue to worry about me coming back from vacation, rested and refreshed, and I'll continue to make fun of you making fucking noises to cover for somebody snoring. We won't be the same.
Bed. And he answered, yes, ma'am. I said, okay. And that was the last time that I spoke with Sebastian.
Oh, what, Katie? It wasn't the last time you saw him? Katie? That was not the last time you saw him? Is that the last time you just spoke with him?
And once again, got to pick apart and dissect everything. Again, if law enforcement found something at fault here, there would be charges. There's not. They haven't even said that there's a person of interest at this point in time, but they will not believe that. I'm sure we are about to see an upcoming horrifying Mother's Day post from this one again, like she did last year.
Guys, that was the last time she spoke with him.
The next morning when I went.
Okay. I'll rewind it. Y'all listen. She even pauses to gather her words to where they're at Texas Roadhouse.
100%.
Right here. Listen close.
Isn't it ironic that Betty used the same exact fucking video for her talking points too? Okay. Let's move along to not my favorite one, actually. Definitely not my favorite one. But here. Let's go here. I'm not going to torture you much with this, but since it was mentioned, she's not even on her fucking panel. I mean, hell. This was BJ's take, her green team take on the America's Most Wanted segment, but she's not there. So let's just get to where they start to review this and see how we get into it.
I mean, I'm sorry, Melissa, what happened to your daughter. And I do have sympathy and much love for you that you lost your daughter. But Brittany has nothing to do with what other people say. And if Brittany knew that, Brittany would have said something to you.
I would have
just now.
condemned that. I would have condemned that shit and said, I'm
She probably would have sent you a personal email on it,
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if it was said. I haven't seen it. And I don't go to Salty's. I think I've been there one time since she came up on your panel. But if I heard her say that, I probably would have called her out on it. If she said it, I don't know.
Listen, like I said before, I really think she's lost and like messed up from everything she's been through and looking for like comfort and like, some type of, I don't know, but just the social media is not it. At this point, it's starting to be a little bit much.
So you think it's acceptable to tell a mom who has lost a child that you think she's what? Sarah, your fucking audacity just spills out.
She's always attacking people and then jumping here and then going back there and then jumping over here and then coming back there. It's wild.
Well, this is 1000% not Brittany's place.
Brittany did nothing
to be put in that position. Not at all.
Man, that really caught me off guard for real. Like anybody that knows me knows that
Nope, she was awake this night. Last night she really struggled though. Last night was what I was talking about. And she really struggled to stay awake last night. This was a couple nights ago.
I do not.
And another thing, this isn't her drama channel, Melissa. This is her true crime, and we have Sebastian up on the screen. And how dare you? Like you could have chose to come to her other channel during a different live and address her.
Well, she could have.
So Sebastian was just put up on the screen. Let me show you. There is not a part in this, just so you know. He was not put up on the screen until right here, like 51 minutes in. And then he was bumped off and then put back up after she came back on panel. She wasn't even talking about Sebastian. And you see how they just twisted that to shame her? How dare you?
Talk to her personally. Why can't people talk to people personally? Why do they have to bring it up on a channel?
She has to be seen. That's it. Right there.
Yeah.
She has Brittany's email.
Yeah.
She's live before and said, well, I tried emailing you. And then you're like, I didn't get nothing. So then she emails you on the spot and you get it. So like, we know the game. We're not playing it. We're about to watch Sebastian's face on America's Most Wanted. Thank you very much.
It's crazy, you guys. It's crazy what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Gypsy says, Mischief, I have the sage, Florida water, and Palo Santo. It is thick tonight, Gypsy.
I have it all, girl. I should light it all up. You ain't
crazy.
I don't know the story of hers. Honestly, I've stayed away from the TikTok stuff, if I'm being honest. I leave if it starts going on panels and chats I'm in. I've hopped on a Jay's panel when some things were being discussed about some of the TikTok stuff, but it's so deep and so much. I run the opposite direction from all of it, or try to. I do know bits and pieces. What I do know is that Melissa has lost a child. That's all I know. I don't wish that upon anybody. I don't know in the ins and outs, the drama with all of the creators, the back and forth. I stay away from it. I just really hope they get answers, and whatever the case is, she is okay. I can't imagine losing a child, and I wish that on nobody. And that's all I know. So I go to TikTok to watch animals and shit like that. I've really tried to, the TikTok shit is mixed in with the YouTube shit and the back and forth and like being friends and panels over here for like a couple of weeks. And then the next thing they're over there on BJ's panel and then they're back over here. It's too much. I can't keep track. So I just stay away. Run.
I have 6 sitting right here in front of me. I got my Palo Santo, my Dragon's Blood, my regular sage, my white sage. I got it all right here. I ain't playing. I'm about to lie down.
I need to get some, definitely.
I got a Bible.
Yeah, I have a Bible. I might go in and get that right
I
now.
got a cross on the wall in the living
Yeah.
room.
So do I.
I know some Bible
I got
scriptures, and I know that'll get you pretty far.
Yeah, Autumn. I don't even know. Like, I wouldn't even recognize her in a chat. I don't think. I really have tried actively to stay away from it because it's just so deep, and so many fucking weird people are involved, and it's the hate bonding over shit that just makes no like. It's just too much.
Yep, I got a cross around my neck. I got evil eye in my purse. I got my crystals. I got my sage, and I got God.
I do have
There
a
you
crystal. I
go.
forgot about that. I found it on the beach.
Oh, nice.
I'll have to go get my crystal.
Get my black onyx out for this one. It keeps the negativity away.
I love that name.
This is why I say, like, she is the ass end of the green team. She is the very tail end of the green team. She is. It's embarrassing.
Onyx.
It's embarrassing.
Oh yeah.
Like Onyx. Triggered says, I need some sage.
So I just wanted to make sure you saw that.
Just appreciate everything that y'all do. And
she still hasn't even gotten into it. Then they're going to do the same thing.
Surprised me because he told us they didn't film it in his house. Chris told us a couple weeks ago.
Part though.
Once again, complaining about them not filming it in their house.
Chris said in one of his appearances he didn't allow them to film in his house.
Yep, he did.
Yep, that's why this doesn't surprise me because he told us they didn't film it in his house.
Who cares?
Chris told us a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I do think they've done a good presentation. Nanny Sharon, thank you so much for the super chat. She says can't stay long. Oh no, that sucks. I wish you could stick around with us. I'm glad you're here though. I hope you're having a good night. It was said that Chris and Katie did not allow. Yeah, that's what I heard. Interesting. Huh. All right, let's keep going.
It's just ridiculous.
This year has been the worst nightmare I could have imagined come alive.
Just wants whoever has him. Just give him back.
Oh my goodness.
It's my son.
Bless him.
That breaks my heart. Look at the vibe.
Wow, my dad. You can feel it. So we want to talk about
pay attention to what's said here.
Theories now, Payne, and what might have happened with Sebastian.
Said what?
You heard what she said, right?
What?
Wow, that poor dad. You can feel it.
Yeah.
They didn't say that about Chris and Katie, but they said that about Seth. I just was pointing it out because it's a fact, so don't come for me, people. But these.
Yeah, because he was the last one on the screen before it cut to her. You think that's, I mean, my God.
I don't know what you would call them. The people that are about to, these people. I'm like, I can't remember what you want to co-host. I don't know. Part
Well,
of the
you
team.
can.
I like to hear all their different opinions. It's it's interesting.
Exactly, Samantha.
It's interesting, but some of them go down a big rabbit hole in it. I was like, oh God, really?
That's human nature. They all have their own feel on it, their own take from it. But some of them are.
Do you notice the one thing that Chris said? Like the main thing he said is the one thing he always says. They're blaming him. They're like it's more about people.
Assumptions, accusations, like that.
Yep.
Well, Seth gets it too. I mean, it goes both ways, and they both thrown it at each other at some point. So for him to even bring that up was, I don't know. I guess it's part of the story. It really is, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lindsay, I'm not really sure. She has a special love for me that's pretty intense. I'm not really sure where she emerged out of. I started realizing who she was from reviewing BJ, and then she started coming out and talking about like, oh, my history and stuff, and I was like, who the fuck is this weird bitch? And then come to find out she like became buddies with some of the people that I caused major problems for me in the beginning of my YouTube experience. But she wasn't around anything that I covered unless she was under another name. but she has rewrote every fucking thing that I've done out here, and she's got a new story. She is especially vile. So from my understanding from other mods that have left her, she is not in like her group chats or anything like that. None of BJ's like core group likes her. So she's a friend of BJ's, but like a side friend because she's a liability to. Like, it's weird how they all, I don't know. She's useful, I guess, at times for her because she'll co-sign the shit. I don't know. I don't know where she comes from though, and don't want to know.
I'm gonna play it one more time.
The depths of hell. Yeah.
Guest Callahan Walsh, a familiar face to America's Most Wanted. Callahan very much every case now. A missing child, Sebastian Rogers. On February 25th, 2024, Sebastian's mother said goodnight to her 15-year-old son. The next morning, Sebastian was gone.
I didn't missing Duval. Me right now, 3 volunteer for my guys, but I'm going to turn down. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and my sweatpants. You know, there's a autism.
Just wondering.
Sebastian is tall and skinny, has a contagious smile, loves video games, loves cats.
Boundless amounts of energy. Sebastian reminds me of a deer prancing through the woods, you know, enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things. That's my son.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing, Chris was in Memphis at work. So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse.
Yes, I would, Marie. If my child was missing, yes, I would. This is a big problem.
Oh, fuck. Look at that comment. Look at that comment. Brittany, consider how violated and in danger you felt with the outside, I'm assuming, your house being posted on X. Imagine how they must feel. Would you let national TV crew inside your home? And she says, yes, she would. Yes, she would. Again, they all know better than the parents that are actually going through the trauma, but they all know, right?
This is a big problem. Y'all have taken this case
and
y'all have used Chris and Katie as a scapegoat and an excuse to go real life on people.
But see,
who is using Chris and Katie as a scapegoat to go real life on people? Nobody. None of us stand. Well, I fucking sure as hell can speak for myself. I don't condone any of the real life going bullshit that's being done. I think it's fucking foul. But ma'am, you used Seth Rogers. Stop pointing the fingers when you used a vulnerable, grieving father and signed up as a co-plaintiff in a filing that's as real life going as anything. You did that. So stop saying they and we. You have misinformed, created nothing but speculation and rumors based on bullshit about this case, this missing child, his parents, while you're using your words, a vulnerable, grieving father to exploit his pain and trauma further for your own personal gain. That's as real life as it gets. And that's all you. You don't see the rest of us doing that, do you? Sure as fuck don't. But you sure as hell did.
See, they've already had the news in their house multiple times. Mm-hmm. And Seth had no problem letting them in his house, also into Sebastian's bedroom. So that's a parent with a missing child.
Oh, so Seth is a parent with a missing child because he let them into his bedroom to film in his house. Chris and Katie aren't parents of a missing child, though, because they didn't let them film in their house. Meanwhile, their entire floor plan has been leaked on channels like this for months on fucking end, for 14 months on end. Gotcha.
You know what I mean? There's just always going to come for you, girl. Just don't even address him. I still wouldn't even give it to him.
I would let him in my home too.
You can't even do case talk anymore.
Mm-mm.
All you do is drama. Stop trying to convince yourself that you've ever done case talk. All you do is drama.
You know, they're going to use an excuse to
The reason why I was so shocked.
As long as you guys continue to do this to parents and their missing children, yes, you are going to get pushback. 100%. It will never be the same. Welcome to the fucking new generation of us saying no. We are not normalizing this happening to victims and their stories and their families. Nope. It's not being normalized. You guys have gotten away with this for so long. You guys got really cush in your fucking expectation that this was going to be overlooked and be allowed. You were going to be allowed to make a career off of doing this. You thought being the next Jerry Springer, the next Geraldo Rivera of the true crime community was just going to pay your bills and give you an easy ride, didn't you, BJ? Well, no, sorry, it's not. You're going to have hell to pay because every time you do this shit to families, somebody is going to be there to correct the bullshit. You're welcome. Welcome to the fuck around and find out stage of 2025.
That they didn't do it in their home is because everyone's already seen their home. Their address was put out there. They had news crews in their home on multiple occasions. So I didn't think it was a big privacy secret thing in the first place because it never had been, right? That's where I was coming from with the shock that they did a different setup.
The entitlement that they think that they can do this to these families and pour them. This community has changed. I can't even believe. Yeah, it's about fucking time it's changed. It's about time people are shook up and sick of the shit. It's about time that this is stopped. This is disgusting. And it's interesting to me how you have removed the victim and became the victim. You yourself have replaced the victim and became the victim and think you deserve the attention while saying that it's all about a missing child. Sick. Fucking sick.
That's all.
That's it. And I wish somebody would tell these people, like Holly said, it's two totally different situations.
No, it's not. No, it's not. How is it two different situations? Can somebody explain to me how posting BJ's home on X is any different than posting Chris and Katie's home, their floor plan, anything on YouTube, X, everywhere else? How is it different? Those are their safe places. I don't agree with it being done to BJ, and I sure as fuck don't agree with it being done to Chris and Katie. How is it different, though? Can anybody correlate this to me? I would love to have somebody explain to me how this is different. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. It's even worse because they are the parents of a missing child. And you guys felt entitled to do so. I disagree with your house being shown on X. I think that was fucking low and unnecessary. I said that yesterday. By the way, I'm also being accused of being brandy wine by Walter P, I guess. Walter P says that I'm the brandy wine account. No, I don't even really fucking like X. I go over there to look at Nick and Hong's bullshit and Nat Knight's bullshit. Otherwise, I share Duchess's stuff over there when she goes live and shares missing flyers. Otherwise, I don't, not interested. I don't even fucking know Autumn. I don't know who he is. Another fucking no-name asshat.
Yes,
Absolutely,
Mama, me too.
You people, it's you. I mean, you're comparing apples to oranges. My children aren't missing. I'm not entrenched in a high-profile case.
So here again is the entitlement.
And he didn't even go missing from Seth.
You are entrenched in a high-profile case. Oh my God. It's all too far. It's all too far. I don't care if it's a high-profile case anywhere. There should be boundaries. There should have been boundaries with her home being posted.
House and Seth let them in his home and in his child's bedroom. How many more ways can we answer this? Let's see.
And listen, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I just asked the question. I think it's a little odd, and I have a right to have that opinion. Just like Gypsy said, it's just a weird thing. It doesn't mean much. I personally would, and many parents have. Exactly. Yep. Showing your child's bedroom humanizes him and encourages, yes,
Alicia
an
and
emotional
Navarro
response.
showed her room. I can go on and on. A lot of them have. And
they opted not to. Big fucking deal. Okay, move along.
Like I said, they were no strangers to letting the media in their home. So that's why.
You see how the green team responds. Okay, let's move on. I can't handle that shit. And here we go with Subaru Steve, the final on the lineup. Well, actually, I'm not even going to play this, but here's another weird green team member. He's mostly on X, Mike Damon. He's got a whiteboard out and did a whole breakdown. No, thank you. If you want to watch that, he followed up and did a whole overview of the green team narrative. It's fucking weird as shit. He's weird. But Subaru Steve, here we go. I can't listen to any more of BJ and Sarah after the yesterday. I can't. I just can't. I will go through this fucking screen.
Here, take a look at this. Because this might, I wanted to show you this. Before I go over there, let me show you this first. Well, I didn't plan this that well, did I? Okay.
And for anybody that doesn't know, this is Steve. I'm not waiting for Kyle to do this one because Kyle only says "fuck you, Steve." That's Kyle. This is Kyle's dude that Kyle usually reviews. But this is Steve. Steve can be found every Wednesday exploiting this case and misinforming people going after Katie and her family. Subaru Steve is quite the interesting character and has been quite the interesting character all along. Basically, we walk away with "fuck you, Steve." That's basically how this gets wrapped up every time. It's just "fuck you, Steve." So buckle up.
This will be an on your knees presentation here, folks. Watch. I want to show you some stuff here.
Steve, why are you on your knees? Can we not start off with you? Why are we doing this, Steve? Why are you on your knees? And why did you have to announce it that you're on your knees? Steve, get up.
But I got this just right now. Let's see. Bring it up. Want to make sure. Okay. Right. Ready here. You know what? Why don't I just bring my chair back in? Boy, this thing wasn't really well thought out. Actually, it was. I just forgot I wanted to show you this video there. Yes, folks, it is the shocking truth as I see it. Today is, don't be fooled by that. That was from Sunday. But today is, as the calendar on the wall says, April 29th, 2025. This day will never come again. So let's make sure we make the best of it. How many of you saw this this interview last night on America's Most Wanted? Make sure we give them the other source of this, Fox.com, AmericasMostWanted.com. But this was about an 8.5-minute segment on Sebastian Rogers, which really bothers me. It was an hour-long show, and Sebastian only got about 8.5 minutes worth of airtime. And I can tell you why.
Another Green Team member. Well, he's kind of a pick-me Green Team member, too. He's kind of there's varsity, junior high, flag football. He's like the level under flag football, the bench warmers. That's Steve for the Green Team. But he's there. When in doubt, Steve will fuck it up. He will not figure it out. He will fuck it up. But he's there. He's doing his Green Team. I don't have words for this guy ever. This guy just makes my brain itch.
At least I think I know why. I think there was dissension among the people being interviewed. Okay. And there were things that just didn't make I heard one person say, "Oh, yeah, we did a really good interview. We won't know."
No, the name of his channel is actually Subaru Steve. It should be "Fuck You, Steve," though. Truly, if Kyle could rename his channel. Kyle usually reviews Steve. If you haven't seen Kyle's reviews of Steve, that's the line. That's basically, it's Kyle saying that throughout the entire thing and Steve rambling. That's pretty much all you get out of it. I don't have anything else to say because Steve, you'll understand Steve in a minute.
Till everybody else sees it. But we did really good. Even Seth did really good. And I thought, well, that was kind of nice to say. But in retrospect, after watching it, I realized that the mother and stepfather really gave the network very little to go with.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I was disappointed. You feel me there? That's why.
Another Green Team member in their disappointment. Oh, shit.
Just interview together.
Imagine that a missing child, any parent with a missing child would be beside themselves to get the opening segment of a new series, the opening 12 minutes. But the Green Team, they're all disappointed. They're all disappointed. Again, it shows that they're not for awareness of the missing child, that they're for a targeted harassment campaign against the parents. That's all this explains. And I hope when we're done wrapping this all up, you get that understanding, because every one of it has been disappointed because it's about awareness for Sebastian, possibilities. We're keeping awareness out there for Sebastian. These people are pissed because it wasn't a targeted hate campaign against Chris and Katie.
And I'm going to probably stop it as we go. I've got different notes here. Some of the things I want to point out is if you watch the interview or you watch this show, and I'll mark this stuff off as I'm talking about it, but they listed America's Most Wanted, which is a very reputable organization, not like a bounty hunter TV show. They did not mention any of that at night bullshit reward. America's Most Wanted clearly says there's a $50,000 reward being offered. They didn't say by the FBI. They said there's a $50,000 reward being offered, meaning that they did their investigations. And you know how much the reward can be confirmed? $50,000. So at night, take your BS and get out of here.
Steve is also a little salty with At Night now. I forgot to tell you guys that. There is a couple interviews I'll have Kyle go back and do a few you guys, you might not have realized Steve has came around a little bit with At Night. He doesn't like At Night now. He was a huge fan of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Like, he was trying to encourage people to kick in doors after Dog the Bounty Hunter said that. But he did have a change of heart about At Night. However, he's still a fan of the other people. So maybe we should have a after dark session with Kyle and Subaru Steve to catch him up. Steve's coming around on a few things, but it's still "fuck you, Steve."
saw one that was $447,000, and then they said, okay, we'll add Summer Wells, and either one will get you $500,000. Then we go back to that. OneWorldMedia.com. Look them up. Look at my former lives on that organization. So we talked.
Steve takes notes also. He's got a whole script that he reads down. He's got a whole thing that he goes through every time. He can be found again Wednesdays. Subaru Steve is his channel.
About the reward real quickly, and not the at-night BS reward for a reason. But let's listen to this. And if I feel inclined, I'll stop and point out some of the things I want to. But let's just see how this goes.
Jay, they are.
Most wanted. Kane Lindsay, whose investigative true crime podcast Up and Vanished, has brought cold cases back into the national.
Yes, Jason, it's still fucking Steve.
Callahan Walsh, a familiar face to America's Most Wanted. Callahan does incredible work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us. Let's get to our first case now. A missing child, Sebastian Rogers. On February 25th, 2024, Sebastian's mother said goodnight to her 15-year-old son. The next morning,
Steve is also an author. He's another author amongst us. He wrote something about going to Mars.
Sebastian was gone.
So pay attention if you've not heard this story. If you have heard the story, I apologize either way for the sound quality here. But check this out.
Sebastian is tall and skinny.
I got to go back. I want to show you something here. So as we get started here, see if I can catch it in time.
Sebastian is tall and skinny.
There. So biological mother, Katie Rogers Proudfoot, okay? Stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot, looking so solemn there. I'm just looking down. I don't know what he's looking down at, but he's looking down, right? Okay, so let's just keep going here. I'm trying to be open-minded, but I'm just telling you what I see, and I'd love to hear what you see because you might be seeing and hearing things differently than me.
Steve, turn up the hearing aid. We've been hearing things different for the last 9 months. Come on.
All right, what's going on here? Hey, quiet.
Has a contagious smile, loves video games, loves cats.
Boundless amounts of energy. Sebastian reminds.
Boundless amounts of energy.
Jay, have you ever watched him? I'm assuming you haven't watched much of him. Oh my God. We actually do have quite a few laughs about Steve. Steve can be good for a good laugh. I mean, it's pretty much like you just bang your fucking head. But he does some shit that is so like, oh man, yeah, he put his fucking full taxi license out here and like put all like, I don't know if he should be able to operate a YouTube channel, but here we are.
Energy.
Me of a deer prancing through the woods.
Did he really?
Enjoying the smell, the breeze, new things. That's my son.
Oh, he's probably a fan, Jay, of you then.
February 25th, the day before Sebastian went missing. Chris was in Memphis at work.
Chris was in Memphis at work, is what she said. Memphis at work. I don't know if anybody caught that. I didn't catch it till just then.
So Sebastian and I went to Texas Roadhouse.
So because Chris was at work, they went to Texas Roadhouse. Come on, folks. Everybody that's been following the case knows they did a lot more than go to Texas Roadhouse. But I like how they downplayed that.
Steve.
Right around 9 o'clock. I heard a noise in his room.
Steve does not like Chris and Katie, okay? He's still on. You don't have to like them though. You can be suspect. You can have all the feels, but Steve buys the bullshit of the green team. He kind of really likes Seth and Tony. Oh,
so
yeah.
She hears a knock, a noise in the room. I don't care what you're doing, but you better go to bed. Yes, ma'am. That's what whoever was looking at Sebastian. I like that theory. Somebody was in the room. Somebody came in through the window, an unlocked window that was later locked in time, but went out a window with Sebastian. So here's my new hypothesis. I want to propose to everybody as we watch this that of these two people, one of them is completely guilty and the other one is completely innocent and unknowingly becoming complicit, right? So stick with me on this thought. If
Steve, that's not new, bro. That's not new. You used to try and say, hey, you could turn on XYZ and get the $447,000 reward a couple weeks ago. Steve, did you forget that? Just a couple weeks ago, you were trying to convince the one to turn on the other because the one would get the reward and be able to. Did you forget that, Steve? I know it was a few weeks ago. Maybe we forgot.
If she's honest, if she's being legit.
Why do I do this to myself?
And Mr. looking all over the place on the floor, the eyes darting around. I don't know, right? This is just a hypothesis, just a new theory.
That was last time that I spoke with Sebastian.
Last time that she spoke, no tears. Nope.
Next morning, when I went in true.
He's one of the 1,000 channels, by the way, that was going to replace Bullhorn Betty if she got locked up and was silenced. Steve is one that was coming in to save Betty's ass. He is also a big fan of Bullhorn Betty usually, unless he's changed that recently too, which I have not heard. But unless I missed that episode, he's still a Bullhorn Betty fan.
He wasn't in his bed. After a bed or two, when I couldn't find him, I called Chris and I said, we can't find Sebastian. He's not in the house.
I got off of work. Okay. So I think if she woke up in the morning and he was, Sebastian's gone, right? Innocent mother wakes up, goes into the bedroom. He's not there. She runs around the house. He's not in the house. She picks up her phone because she's getting ready to get her keys and go outside. And she calls her husband. I can't find him. Calm down, Katie, calm down. Just listen to me and do what I tell you.
And I had a text message from Sebastian's stepfather. I said, hey, I don't know how to take this.
So he had a text message, but Seth says, I got a text message. But Chris says, I don't know how to tell you this. Is that what he typed on the text message?
But Sebastian missing.
Oh.
And straight over to their house.
I started driving through the neighborhood.
It's been reported that she drove through the neighborhood, and I don't know how true this is or not. So those of you who might know, and her windows were rolled up in her car because it was February. It was cold. I'm sorry. If my children or grandchildren were missing, I don't care if it's a blizzard outside. I'm going to have the windows down. I'm going to be beeping my horn. I'm going to be yelling for them. I'm going to be causing a commotion going through that neighborhood. She was probably on the phone.
He's on the spectrum. Loud noises, things, sensory overload sometimes. Maybe she was trying to get a visual layout.Maybe, again, Jay, that's all you can fucking do. That's all you can do. Oh, Jason, he did a whole entire docs of Katie. That's all. That's why I ended with Steve, because Steve's always good for a laugh. He's good for a laugh. But he gets especially vile about Katie. And his hatred for Chris is, Steve, stick to writing books about Mars. Please, can we go to that? That would be more interesting.
With Mr. Foreman here giving her instructions.
I was panicking. I was looking.
That was a joke. I know he's not a foreman. I know he's a crane operator, but stick with me. Oh, look, here's a visualization of her driving through a neighborhood looking. Come on, what the heck? This tells me that production-wise, America's Most Wanted Missing Persons could find very little worth putting on. But they'd already committed to it. They already got Seth, who even tears up.
Where is he? What happened? Did he go with someone? Did someone take him? By the time I pulled into the school, Christopher was already telling me to turn around because
So the school is like a couple blocks away, 6 in the morning. By the time she pulled into the school, 6:30, 6:15, 6:35.
Authorities were on their way.
Well, I would hope they're on their way.
Or
shit. Sorry.
Significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video. Days later.
Steve's feeling really froggy. He said shit. Steve, this is not good in your preaching.
Investigators combed through a landfill, still saying they had found nothing.
You know, what's notable is that Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, when he heard his son was missing, did you hear what he said he did? He got in his car and he drove over there, right? Chris, I don't even know where that man's at. Katie's driving around the neighborhood at 6:30 in the morning, 6:15 in the morning, over to the high school and listening to her husband, not Seth, Christopher, right?
We have nothing. We just have speculations. We get criticized. The father gets criticized. Law enforcement's been criticized.
Well, is that bad to criticize things, Chris? Wouldn't you want to get to the truth? Sometimes getting to the truth is criticizing, right? If we sit back and we don't criticize and we don't challenge things and we don't test them.
I'm sorry, I'm really stuck on the turkey gobbler right now, and I try not to make fun of anybody's double chins because I got my own turkey gobbler. But Steve, the turkey gobbler angle is not working for us. Can we get a different angle next time, please? Thank you.
And process and procedures and checks and balances, and shame on us. Now who's looking down as he talks?
Online schools are really analyzing videos.
By the way, you guys, he knows. He's gone over this case a million times. He knows the information. He knows that Chris was in Memphis. He knows how this goes. He's just being his critical asshole self.
Creating their own theories. Sebastian is potential goals pocket. Surveillance footage from a neighbor shows two people outside of Sebastian's house that night.
I'm telling you right now, he was carried out the window, and it's just my feeling. It's just a gnawing feeling. He was carried out. He wasn't even wrapped up. He was carried out in his sleep clothes, right? The black sweatpants and black whatever she's saying he was wearing. He was carried out like that, right out of the bed. I mean, for all we know, that's where something happened. It was in the bed, and then he was carried out. And if Katie is completely innocent to this, which is possible, because we don't know what happened, I propose Katie Rogers Proudfoot is innocent in this case, and that a partner of hers is not.
Something happened.
Tonight marks 1 year since Sebastian Rogers disappeared near Beach High School in Sumner County. My life is not the same without my son. He's not here. There's somewhere. Someone has him.
Look at that. Look at Steve. Steve likes Seth a lot. Did you see that? Seth was on camera. He turns to the camera. Let's do that again. Steve's making sure you guys see what he sees right here. He's making sure you realize what's going on. Okay, let's watch that again. Steve's getting serious on us now, you guys. He's showing you. Here's real time. Here you go.
He's not here. He's somewhere. Someone has him.
There you go. There you go.
Look at this. Okay, I don't know where I wrote it on here, but we got to cover this real quickly because this is, see these two pictures? They are on a kitchen counter, right? And this is how helpful Christopher and Katie have been in this case. This is how helpful they were. America's Most Wanted was willing to go to them wherever they want to be interviewed. Seth at wherever he was at, which I think it was his home. But notably here, this was not Chris and Katie's home. In fact, from what I understand, they refused to do the interview in their home.
Do you see why Steve's a green team member? Again, same talking points, same issues that all of them have had.
Why? Sebastian's room a man's cave now, or a den or something? Did we redo the inside of the house differently because maybe one of us knows he's not coming home? The stuff on the counter here.
In a pattern of behavior and a pattern of talking points, and then you want to tell me again that they're not all spreading the same bullshit.
So we're in another location, and I'm sure that Mr. thinks he's a foreman was giving them instructions on what they would say and what they wouldn't say and what they would cover and what they wouldn't cover. And of course, America's Most Wanted is going to say, okay. And then when they get back to the studio, then they look at what they really have. That really makes a segment. And they said, man, we don't got nothing. We got maybe 8 minutes of this. But look at this countertop. This is
It was close to 12, but carry on. Go on, Steve.
Kitchen countertop. And what you see here are 2 8x10s. Okay. And then there's a toy dog.
I got to give him credit, though. My knees would be cramping being on my knees this long.
Toy dog back here and a toy tank. And it just looks so, number one, staged. But what are these people thinking? You can't come to our house. We'll come there and we'll bring a couple photos and a couple of his things. And look, and just if you can't go watch the video, rewind it and watch it again. But come on, what is going on? This is what I talk about being technically challenged. I need help, folks. Otherwise, I got to make some other choices.
What other choices are we making, Steve? This is getting deep. What other choices are we making? He's starting to, what are we trying to decide?
Wow. Okay. And that boom.
Oh no. Oh, Planet, in the very beginning, he tells us he's on his knees. I don't know why he tells us that, but he told us he was on his knees for this segment. Don't ask me. I just repeated what he said. Maybe his chair broke. I don't know. He told us he was on his knees.
A father, a parent, a mother.
No.
Should be acting like that. Whoever has them, please give them back.
Hold on. Let me go back to it. Hold on. Okay, we're at 15:24. Hold on. You guys think I'm losing my mind?
Over there. Let me show you this first. Well, didn't plan this that well, did I? Okay.
Okay, his chair is right there. But listen.
Will be in on your knees presentation here, folks. Watch. I want to show you some stuff here.
He says it's on his knees presentation. You guys all think I'm just making shit up and talking shit now. No. He said that shit. I don't know why. Okay, we're just here. I'm just hitting the button.
Please give them back. Because we pray and hope for the best, right? So you'll hear at the end of this segment here where the host says,
his chair is right there. I don't know.
I had it on here. Seth tearing up, host stating, you can feel it, right? You can feel it from Seth, the father. Let me ask you this. What about the mother or the stepfather? My stepfather cried for me when I was a little kid and I messed up. He loved me. He shed tears for me. My stepfather as well as my biological father and my mother, right? All 3 of them loved me. No doubt in my mind. Which is why I say I can see honesty in this man. But the other 2, something's missing.
So this is why I said he has a problem with that night, but he's still a Seth stan, Tony stan, Green Team stan. But at night, he's not buying their bullshit no more. Hi, Hank.
Well, my dad.
That's it.
You can feel it.
You can feel it.
So we want to talk about theories now, Payne, and what might have
So they go over a lot of theories on here, and I'm just going to turn the sound down and let it play, or maybe I can back that out now. But yeah, I was really, I took Mr. Proudfoot up there, Mr. Christopher Proudfoot. I'm not stalking him, and I'm not making accusations. If you read my disclaimers and fine print, all I'm doing is suggesting other things that could have happened that maybe no one has thought about. And I wonder, has anybody thought out that
I don't know.
The mother could be completely innocent and the stepfather completely guilty, and he would be the only one that knows that where they both are. The innocent mom would believe the innocent, or the stepfather innocent. Anyway, Elizabeth Smart, she was on the panel here of the show last night, and as many of you may know, she was actually abducted out of her bedroom as a young child and held for quite a long time. Terrible story, but she's a survivor. She pointed out that Sebastian, from doing her investigation into this, so many people investigated it. For America's Most Wanted to give it 8 minutes means that something was wrong. They didn't give it the full exposure that it might have been entitled to, because maybe they figured out some stuff in the course of doing the episode. Maybe that's why everybody thinks, oh yeah, it went great. Everybody did great. They fooled you, didn't they? Elizabeth Smart pointed out, though, that in February, it was very uncharacteristic of Sebastian to go outdoors without shoes on, number one. But in February, not only would he have gone out with no shoes, but it was very cold. So she doesn't believe that happened, which got me thinking maybe he was handed through the window. Maybe he was carried out the window. Maybe he was dropped out the window. And then the person climbs out, closes the window, picks him up, and goes off with
I got to give Steve credit. He's added one other possibility to his repertoire, which normally there's not this much.
Right? Let's see. So I put on here America's Most Wanted. Missing person, did not give equal time. Why? Possibly uncooperative parents. Maybe because they refused to shoot at home. Maybe because they stood at a counter with a couple of photos and a dog toy and a tank toy. That's what they brought to represent the son of Seth and Katie. Seth Rogers and Katie Proudfoot. What do I believe? As you all have heard it now, let me just review that with you. I believe, and this is a different scenario, what if the stepfather was the noise in the night, climbing in the window? That would make a noise of some sort. Looking at his size and stature, it would have been like a giant potato falling on the window onto the floor, Fudd. What if that noise?
A giant potato, Steve?
Was the stepfather coming in, and when the mother out in the living room called out to Sebastian, the stepfather goes, just say, okay, Mom. And Sebastian yells out, okay, Mom. And then everybody's quiet. Sebastian, not
I mean, we have no idea what happened, Steve, but we're going pretty far out here now.
letting his mom know that the stepfather was in the room with him, came in through the bedroom window, and beginning to look a little confused and scared because maybe this adult walked over there and put their hand over his mouth. Maybe he started tossing and turning because something was going on. He got a bite into an arm for a second, but then pulled away and there quietly.
Wait, Steve, do you have a tattoo on that upper arm that's red in color?
Sadly.
Are you really a badass under this exterior here, Steve? Are you hiding? Are you holding out on us? Do you got some tattoos there, Steve? Were you a rebel in your day?
Alone or with help? Muffled? Strangled?
I have no idea what's going on. Steve takes it off the rails every fucking time.
I'm sorry, or suffocated. That poor boy. And then to pass him out the bedroom window.
He wrote all this down too. That's the worst part of all of this, is he wrote these notes down and is reading them aloud. He's another Smiley.
Like a piece of furniture, piece of a discarded rug. Into a vehicle where he was taken away in. Then, in the morning, 6 a.m., Mom wakes up. Son, wake up, school time. Doesn't do anything. Opens the door. He's not in the room.
He's got a nameplate so he doesn't forget his name. I mean, we got to give this guy a little bit of leeway here. The nameplate's facing himself, so he remembers his own name.
My children are grown now, but when they were young, my wife would have immediately called me.
And Katie immediately called her husband, which is Chris Proudfoot, and then Chris Proudfoot called Seth Rogers. Okay.
I would have immediately told her dial 911 and get the law enforcement, then call me back. Right?
Well, it's 2025 and we have three-way and we have call waiting and things like that. It's not the 1950s anymore, Steve.
So she calls her husband, who begins telling her what to do, what to say, how to behave, like a foreman telling a crane operator. Do what I say. What if Katie is innocent and being misled by a 5-time marriage holder and boss? So I stopped on this, folks. This case, I hope and pray. What's really cool this morning, America's Most Wanted.
Holy shit. What is all that, Steve? LCAR System 3. What's the LCAR's computer network? Steve, are you a fucking hacker?
I aired that last night at 8 o'clock. It's just been over 13 hours now. It's 9 a.m. here on the East Coast.
What is the secret society of LCAR System 3s? Library Computer Access and Retrieval System? Library Computer Access and Retrieval System. Interesting.
And I can only hope and pray that the tip line is ringing at America's Most Wanted. Folks, I tell you, that's what a reputable media outlet or agency will do. They will give you an unbiased presentation. and there's nothing there, they're not going to give you a bunch of smoke and mirrors and BS. My take on that interview last night, my heart aches for Seth and Katie. They both are biological parents of that little boy, and I don't care who's guilty in this regard. Both parents love that child, have loved that child, and I certainly can see Seth loves that child. Katie either loves or loved that child. Christopher, I can't wait to see the movie, especially when he goes inside. He becomes a youth to the prison population.
I mean, here's an old picture of Steve with his duck lips. Taco kite flying, whatever that means. So, Steve took us home. I don't know what else to say even more about this. I have no clue. Like, oh, Elcars is one, but he says he's technology challenged, Body. Would that make sense? Oh, he definitely does, Jay. He has a tinfoil hat. Yeah, he's definitely got a. Oh, it's okay. See, I'm glad you guys know what the hell this is because I'm like, what the hell is that shit? I have no idea what's going on. No idea what's going on. Okay, so I think that kind of wrapped it up. I mean, there's the team, there's the memos that they get. I could have added more. I could have just kept going. I could have added Lady Freedom in there. I could have added in more. We could have gone through more of it. But it's been 4 hours, and I think you get the gist of what they do and how they move. Every time something else comes out, they all play their role. They all add to it. They all have their things. In my opinion solely is Tony's the one that's driving most of these narratives. Tony is the spokesperson. In order to gain access to Seth and be seen as a green team member, you have to fall in line with Tony. That is my opinion, and it will remain that. Because we continue to see that. We continue to see that everything goes back to Tony. Everything goes back to Tony. And again, in my opinion, I think Tony is a very opportunistic person using Seth. Seth is allowing it and does have a say in this shit. But he's letting Tony run the show and whoop. Oh, Jay, I hope you have a wonderful weekend with the grandkid. That's awesome that you get to go get the little. Oh, Jason, I had to get this out of the way because I got another one that I want to do that's similar to this, but a different lineup. But these people are just too much. Absolutely too much. Thank you, Sophia. I hope you guys all have a great weekend. Maybe I'll get Kyle to come on this weekend if he's not too tight. I don't think he's working this weekend. He's been working on a master bathroom remodel, and he put on 4.8 miles, I think is what he said, not 4,800. It was 4.8 miles that he put on yesterday, walking in and out of a home, like a 2,200 square foot home. He put on 4.8 miles, going back and forth, taking the tile, the drywall, everything out, going back and forth to the dumpster yesterday. That poor guy. He's always on the go. But last night I was sitting out here. He cracks me up. Kyle just cracks me up. He comes out last night after his shower and I was on the phone. I was actually on a Zoom. And he comes out and he looks at me and he goes, "Do you see my shoulders?" And I'm like, "What?" And he like flexes his muscles, which if you know Kyle, you know that Kyle never says shit like that. He does not ever, like, not at all. And I'm like, "Yeah, I mentioned it to you the other day that your shoulders were getting back into like really good shape again." And he's like, and then I just started cracking up because like the way he flexed his muscles, it just killed me. And the look on his face, it was just, you had to be there. But I was dying. And he's like, "Well, and then he gets a little like hesitant. And I'm like, just dying laughing. And he's like, "I just met since I was in the hospital," because he lost so much freaking weight when he had pneumonia. And he felt so insecure because he got super skinny. And he's getting it back now. And I was like, it's because of all the fish. He ate so much fish when we were in Florida. All mahi-mahi, fish and chips, shrimp platters. I mean, the guy ate nonstop. But it was freaking hysterical. But he is definitely getting into. Yeah, he could use some more muscle. Poor guy works his ass off. He does. I don't know where he got the name Subaru Steve. I have no idea where that came about. I have no clue where that came about with the Jason. He was so insecure because he looked so sickly. He lost so much weight and was just so sunk in. And he was super insecure about it because he lost all of his muscle tone and everything. And he's got it all back. It's back plus some now with his muscle tone. His shoulders have always been super bulky and super well defined, but especially his like trap muscles. But he was super worried about it because he was like, am I ever going to get it back? And sure enough, he finally did. So transport guy. I mean, he was a taxi guy. He showed his taxi license. Maybe he drove a Subaru as a taxi. I don't fucking know. I don't know. We could ask him. He just has me blocked though, so I can't ask him. So it has to be somebody else. I don't know. Oh, that's awesome. Can really, yeah. That's Scuba Steve. Subaru Steve, not Scuba Steve. This is Subaru Steve. That's for sure. All right, you guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I might see you later this weekend. If not, I will see you around somewhere. I'm sure there will be more chaos breaking out somewhere that we'll find our ways to. But hopefully we don't have to introduce any new characters upcoming soon. I'm tapped out. I am tapped out. But I think we are going to do. There are a few psychics that have done some new videos that are pretty disgusting. So I think I might take us back to that a little bit too, because a lot of people don't realize how invasive those people are and disgusting. So I think we might do that upcoming too and add into the psychics, the tarot card readers, and that because there's one in particular that has been making some insane allegations against the family. And they use the green team rhetoric to do so. So good night, you all. Stay safe out there. Protect your brain cells. And once again, thank you for all the support. Thank you, mods, for all that you do. So appreciated, you guys. Have a good night.